us. Are we audio live?
I believe.
Is it us? Hello.
We'll see.
I almost did so bad. Listen, it has been... We need to stop taking these long of breaks because I completely forget. Because I don't come here and do this stuff when we're not streaming.
You want me to run that? I'm pretty good
Well, on the upside of that, this December will be my last vacation for like 2 years.
Plot twist, Jonas quits right now. On the upside, I quit. This
See you guys
December. This December will be my last session ever. I would cry.
Oh no!
I would cry.
Like
No, you can't do that
The
to us.
funniest thing that you would keep repeating is you like, yeah, I always thought she would be around, way longer. I thought one of you two would leave
Yeah, I
before.
did.
But what Courtney just fails to understand is my friendship. I'm a tapeworm. I dig myself inside of you, and we become symbiotic. And
You assimilate.
And I just moved the whole operation to my house, so you're all stuck to me, my friends.
Jonas is wormed inside of us. We cannot be parted from Jonas.
like-
It's true though,
yeah,
because
once when you become like my friend, like a true
Yeah.
friend, like you can't get rid of me.
that's really freaking funny. You pack to leave and move somewhere else, and Jonas, you pack everything. You open a suitcase, and Jonas is like, "Hey guys."
Did we arrive okay?
Didn't even know he was there. That's so freaking funny.
Well, anyways, hello and welcome. This is the Wayward Inquisition presenting session. This is 24, correct?
yes.
Indeed.
Session 24 of
Treachery, a governor's secret.
Yeah.
Me and Jonas have been working very hard on that on Monday nights.
What's really funny is once the new arc comes up, you guys are gonna accidentally say a governor's secret, and you're gonna be like,
Oh
"Wait,
yeah,
that's not it."
that's definitely gonna happen.
Because they're all
is
different. Because the first
what
one,
it is.
the first one that nobody else knows about,
Yes.
that we didn't have on here, which is a part of the whole thing, was called a King's Plot.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then this one's a governor's secret. And the next one's pretty cool.
Janaea,
Yes.
can I ask you a favor?
Hmm.
Can you turn down your phone? Because it is really weird hearing everything
Is it
twice.
echoing? My emotional support tech. If you would like to tell people what's going on for us,
Yeah.
soon
So,
in the vicinity,
super
so I can
big
get ready.
news. If you are
biggest.
in the Kentuckiana area, Louisville, Nobney,
Nobody. Nobody.
Nobney, there's a little place called Elizabethtown, also known as E-Town, and there's a anime fest happening there May 4th.
Be with you.
And guess what? The Wayward Inquisition is going to be there, alive and in person.
That's right. And we'll be in these so you can find us. We'll have a table.
Jonas will be
Those.
Jonas will be wearing this as well.
Yeah, if you would have been wearing this today, the poor little people at the hobby shop would
It would have
had,
been like Groundhog Day.
yeah, would have like lost their mind.
Yeah.
But I had to show this one off.
Yeah, I
I
love that
know.
one. I love that one very
I
much.
know.
But
Which
we're gonna
you
have
can buy it
tons
on
of
our
stuff.
Redbubble.
You can buy both of these on the Redbubble. But Jonas, tell them what we're going to have there at the fest.
We're going to have minis. We're going to have stickers. We're going to have little quick hand pre-made characters for you. We're going to have prints. We're going to have us.
Yeah.
So you can come up, ask us questions. How did we get started? How do you make your characters?
Or if you just don't like us and want to tell us to shut up, at least you're
Yeah.
there and looking at us. I mean, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
we
Nope.
will smile, say thank you, and give you a nod goodbye.
Yeah. You can even pick up some of our free crap and throw it on the ground if you'd like. Please don't. But I mean, if you really hate us that much, you could do that. Because it's all free. You don't have to pay for anything.
Yeah.
We just want you to see us.
I don't know. If you're acting like a big enough dick, I might make you give me a quarter.
Yeah, if you're gonna start physically abusing us, well then we're gonna have to call security.
Yeah,
But
I was gonna say also, the other vendors might see you throwing stuff on the ground and be like, "Hey, security! Like, can you come help these people out?"
Can you come help these nerds out?
And
I'm security.
oh, but yeah, we're gonna be there. It's May 4th. E-Town from, I believe, 10 a.m. is when the doors officially open.
I think so, yeah.
I think we can be there at 8 to set up, if I remember correctly. And it goes until... and
It goes till they tell you to leave.
Yeah, I
yeah.
think it's like 6 or 7 or something
it's
like
probably
that.
like 6. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be really weird because it'll be my first time at a con on that side
On
of
the vendor
things.
side, yeah.
This will be my first time at a car that's not a car convention.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not weird for me. I've done both for many years. So it's exciting to not be the only person there, though.
It's going to be very odd going to a convention and
Also
it
not
not just
selling
be
anything.
cars.
Yeah, and not selling anything for me. I'm used to selling prints and stuff like that. So this will be interesting just to be like, here you go, take our crap and leave.
Next time we'll sell them.
Next time.
Next time we'll sell
Next
them.
time.
But yeah, hopefully we'll be doing more of that stuff, which would be nice.
But we have that. This coming Monday, we have another thrilling beat boop bop.
I'm so excited. Oh, and we're going over our favorite characters.
Yes.
Which is it's gonna have to be either a 2-part beat boop bop or it's
Oh,
gonna have to be like,
yeah.
because we got some, Jonas
Yes,
has a whole book and I have.
While we
Yeah,
were
why?
away, we compiled a list. I added a good amount more to my character list of favorites because I've been watching The Walking Dead, and it is the Star Wars of horror, because Star Wars has this knack for just creating really compelling characters.
Unless it's any type of rebel, because they're not interesting. But we're not going to get into
And,
that. That's a beat boop bop conversation.
It is. But, and then Walking Dead, there's so many people in that show that it's just like, dang, what a good character.
There are some pretty solid characters in there, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even down to the ones that you hate, you're still like, wow, he's cool.
Yeah.
Like, I hated Shane. I could not want to destroy a person more than Shane. That's a good character.
He was a
I love
really
John
good
Bernthal.
character.
I love John Bernthal so much.
He's so awesome.
He's going to be in the new accountant movie. He's going to be an accountant
Yep.
too.
Love
Well, I
that
mean, he
guy.
was in the first one.
Oh, but they're bringing him back for the
Yeah.
second one.
That's because he's amazing. And he's just
He
just
is.
playing the Punisher.
And,
John
and
Bernthal
he's going to come play D&D with us.
along with Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Because we watched the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Wasn't that good? It was just
I
fun.
seen it.
love that movie. I love that movie. And I love Alan Richardson. Which, again, if you can just make Henry Cavill look like a small man, you're a big guy.
Yeah.
And the fact that he had
That's
that
wild.
that Swedish accent the whole time, so cute. I'm in love with that man. God, I'm in love with that man. Anyway,
And so we got that Beat Boop Bop Monday.
Wednesday.
And then Wednesday, the long-awaited Star Wars Reconciliation.
finally. I have been without D&D. I have been without D&D
You-
for too long.
You have.
I got 2 high tables.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't get squat.
I got 2 high tables. I got to save a pope.
Well, a pope. Not.
Sorry. I'm not Catholic. I am Baptist, but there you go. I said sorry.
I'm a weird in between. More aligning with apostolic Pentecostal, I guess. I say it with all this makeup on.
She dances in church.
I do. I like charismatic churches. I love charismatic churches.
Just weird. They're all charismatic and dancing around, but no makeup.
And they don't really dance around. It's more like they run around the church. Which, to be fair, if you've ever done it, very liberating. It really feels like the spirit, man. It's awesome.
That's how John Jones got all those people.
Oh.
Jim Jones, for
Oh, yeah,
one,
Jim
and for
Jones.
two, he
Jones.
did start in a Pentecostal church, but that doesn't mean the Pentecostals are bad. It just means that you gotta watch out. It's the same thing with everybody, though.
No, but if you do look at the most destructive cults,
Yeah.
I know
They usually
this is a
start
little off topic.
charismatic.
No, no.
Oh.
The largest majority of destructive cults come from the Church of Latter-day Saints,
Well, yeah, but that's still a charismatic
And
church,
then-
though.
Baptists.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Baptists are.
Interesting.
Because that's more, you do what I say because I said to do it.
But see, I don't view. We're not going to say that.
Anyway,
Save it for a beat boop bop, my friend.
No,
Sorry.
I don't even think I should say that on a beat boop bop.
we got a little ahead of ourselves. Also, I definitely continue speaking if you have anything
Yes.
else to say.
We, us, have tried out a new place in town.
We
We have indeed. I don't have any.
It's quite close to the studio.
It is so close that we're going to go there and get ice cream on break.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Geek Out Cafe. Attached to Upscale Hobbies, which does have an online presence. They are not sponsoring any of this. I'm just very excited because I buy all my crap from there.
Well, and I've had their coffee and their cheese Danish, as Meldarian has said, to always, try those if you can. But also, their coffee, really good. I got a hazelnut white mocha mix blended. Real good. It was really good. And this is just their soft lunch. Like, this is their first,
Yeah, this
like,
is literally the
actual-
first day they're open.
Yeah.
Like, they're
so-
going to be doing, like, today they got Warhammer 40K tournament going on at the same time as running a coffee shop.
Mm-hmm.
After hours tonight at 7 o'clock, they're doing D&D. One of their baristas is a DM doing something tonight. There are Magic the Gathering tournaments, Pokemon tournaments, Lorcana, Disney tournaments.
Whoa.
I mean, it is...
It's a nerd coffee shop.
If
Yeah.
if you tabletop game or board game, they got you covered. I mean, and it's literally right outside my neighborhood.
It legitimately, I honestly didn't know where to park, so I was like, maybe if I just park at the studio, I could walk there.
Oh,
'Cause
whenever it was Hope Coffee, we walked there all the time
Yeah.
with the kids.
But anyway, you should try it if you're in that area, in this area.
Yes.
It's really good.
Yes.
And honestly, it's a really big space too. Like
is.
Yeah.
I was really surprised. I expected it to be a lot smaller.
No, it's a very large. It's a very large space.
Yeah, Geek Out Cafe is what it's called. Located in Sellersburg,
yeah.
Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now everybody knows where we are. But anyways,
I think we've already said it,
Yeah.
so that's the reason why I said it.
don't show up to my house. That's not going to be.
Well,
good
we didn't give them the address, so
Yeah.
Don't find
That's-
us.
yeah, that's-
It's not going to be
that's
good for you.
secret.
yeah. Do that at your own discretion. Is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, we're conservatives, or you
Take that
should
as
at
you
this
will.
point.
There's a reason
some
why
people
these camera angles
apparently,
are the way they are.
some people apparently don't, and I'm like, you know what? More power to you. Or not mean. We just have ideas. That's all.
Everybody's got opinions, and they're like armpits. Some people have two, and they usually stink.
But you're more than welcome to watch us and watch our content because I promise we give good content. Although I do listen back sometimes, and my ideas are really good, but man, my DMing is rough. But we're not perfect, so. Anyway,
Roll that recap. Monologue screen. Let's go.
yeah, I do know what I'm doing. Go back. I say as I don't know what I'm doing, but I do know what I'm doing. Oh, you're all scared.
Stop.
It's all right. Don't worry, Captain. We'll buff those scratches
Buff
out
out
for
those
you.
scratches.
We are
Yeah.
saving up money for new cameras.
The cameras do not, these like non-auto cameras do not enjoy working with an RCV. So if you have an RCV, which is granted a new system,
Yes, it is a new system.
if you have one, don't expect it to always work out the way you expected. Because I thought maybe it was just me and like we weren't doing it right. I think it's literally this because I'm pretty well acquainted with technology, and there's really no way to keep this all the same ever at all.
No, you very much need a degree in training.
Well, even then, like
We don't have any of that.
I just genuinely think it's the system itself. Because it seems like a whack system to, in one scene, be able to change the cameras around and then that affect the others.
It's still a brand new product.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the cameras themselves or if it's the system, but it's weird. Anyway, they will just be off screen oddly.
Here, wait a minute.
Take it
Yeah.
take it
There
as a
you
joke.
go. And yeah, and this actually works because then it
You have to hold your shirt up all the
it
time.
covers my bald spot.
Hold your shirt up. That way you can advertise the
Yeah,
shirt.
see,
better.
it's like
Perfect. Anyway, so let's get to the serious, dark, and twisted story that I have written for everyone.
At the
Yes.
beginning, we said this is a serious campaign. And
It is a serious campaign.
Well, and that's what I've said before.
That doesn't mean we
Right.
aren't.
That's what I've
Yeah.
said before, was because Nick was like, well, it can't always be serious. It's not. I promise you it's not. More
No.
times than not, it's not serious. But you have to take it seriously at the same time. Like, if I'm doing a serious moment, you can't be like, I'm going to throw a bag of crap at that thing. Like,
I'm gonna let out a huge fart.
right. Like, but clearly. Anyway, so I believe at the start, I literally just listened to it last night and I have to remember. What are you doing?
we're going north.
Yes, we were going north. We decided, we started at the flower field where we had taken our break. I don't have any music on and it's very dull right now, so I apologize. Let me see.
It's all right.
what
We've been
this sounds
filling it with our laughter and our very own nice voices.
like. That's very true.
But now you're the only one speaking. Now you're self-conscious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What-
Itty-bitty.
Tabletop audio really gets me sometimes because
You do with tabletop audio. You really have to pre-plan.
and that's not because they have so many options. And how do you pre-plan music for D&D, really? I mean, like, you can,
Yeah.
but not for the whole thing,
No.
If you're always killing your characters, you always get to have Latin music.
you know?
Not like, South American Latin. I mean, like
No. Yeah.
Holy Church Latin.
Yeah, like Greek, like the
Gregorian
Gregorian
chants.
chants.
Dark Souls it.
Yeah.
Elden Ring, Dark Souls, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, those are the ones that inspire me the most. I can't, we'll just do this one, I guess.
Roll with it.
Anyway, so we started off that we were gathering all of our stuff. We woke up to Brok being able to paint this amazing thing that we were not expecting, and it was a gift from the maker, he said. But we decided to start traveling north to Lofesk, specifically because we knew that there was an opening to the Underdark in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Drokar and stuff. So we were like, maybe if we go there, we can figure something out. So we started traveling up north, and as we were traveling, there wasn't anything super of note. It started raining, getting cold, and all of that. And during the night, while Brok was taking his watch, there were these red eyes that he saw in the distance that were very reminiscent of what he had experienced before. And once exposed, Tyrall tried to guiding bolt it, I think is what you did. You
Yep.
did a guiding bolt. You couldn't see it. Aymer and Tyrall could not see it, just Brok. And so, ouch. Tyrall did a guiding bolt. And when he did the guiding bolt, we still couldn't see anything. Aymer and Tyrall could still not see anything. But Brok saw the hint of something that he was afraid of. Red eyes, red hair, and then just heard a mocking laughter as the visage departed. So that was unsettling for the group. But past that, while we were traveling, nothing really happened until we were getting closer to a town, and
The other unsettling thing
the
happened.
god of war appeared from the sky in a fiery blaze, blaming Tyrall in a berserk manner for the gods being dead. Which,
Yeah,
of course...
totally my fault.
Yeah, which, of course, Tyrall had no idea what he was talking about. But he was blaming Tyrall, screaming blasphemies and profanities, saying that he would kill Tyrall if the Maker couldn't do anything about it, that he would use Tyrall's wails of pain to get the Maker's attention. And as he began to attack Tyrall, a friendly man, angel, by the name of Amriel, came down to intervene and step in on behalf of you, Tyrall.
Yeah, because Tyrall literally just stood there.
He was
like,
unflinching.
I'm either going to get marked and come back, maybe, or something will happen. I don't know. We'll find out.
Either way, my faith is in the Maker.
Yeah, while you two just like,
Yeah.
Is You get splatted.
Yeah, Aymer and
See
Brok
about the
both
hands with the god?
Oh, yeah,
we
we
dipped
hung back.
hard because
Fight a god?
Aymer is this big compared to Tyrall. Aymer is this big compared to Tyr. That is not his forte. It is literally a dragon versus a hobbit.
Yeah.
So we hung back, and Amriel basically said repent for, sinning against the Maker, spewing blasphemies and threatening his sons. And if you don't, well, then I'll do something about it. And of course, Tyr did not reply to that very well. And so Amriel said, all right, decision's been made for you, and snapped his fingers, and Tyr erupted in a holy flame. I will be honest, trying to say Tyr and Tyrall in the same sentence is very difficult for me, because very similar names.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having to make sure that I don't get my he's and he's mixed up.
T-rolls.
Yeah, Tyralls, Tyralls. I honestly thought that at first it was Tyrall. I think that's how you wanted to pronounce it, and I was like, that seems very funny considering you follow Odin. But anyway, so once Tyr was eradicated for the blasphemies against the Maker, we gathered our things and some of his things.
Yep. I've got bracers and a belt.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no stats for the belt, but there is for the headpiece and the bracers. So
Yeah, I have
once
to
you're
pray over all that
yeah,
stuff.
once you're blessed with those, I will give you the stats for that. Because apparently I can do that, but I can't get you stats on your hammer. Anyway, I do the best I can.
You're doing great.
But so we got closer to a town, and the town was just as downtrodden and ill-stricken as the last town, just not as ramshackled.
Mm-hmm.
And Brok was very upset with the issue with with Tyrall, with Tyr, because it seemed very reminiscent of Odin for him. So he was struggling with that while we were in the town.
Yeah, because of how Tyr was handled.
Yeah, just erupting in holy flame, pretty much. And so Brok was struggling with that. Aymer was struggling with the absolute destruction of Indigo North, seeing all the towns being absolutely obliterated by this disease.
That and Aymer and Brok were both having a big problem too with the fact that gods were coming to kill one of their friends again, and their friend was just like that.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Because-
what is going on?
And Aymer and Brok had a specific discussion of Tyrall is in a different class than we are. And we just have to come to terms with that. Because that is very difficult to be very mortal and human in an aspect versus not. It's a completely different ball game. And they have to try to come to terms with the things that you have to deal with versus the things they have to deal with. It's a completely different aspect of life, but you were at least on the same page
Yeah.
of wanting the same things, and that's what Aymer said was, thankfully we're on his side. But as you all were traveling through the town, Brok decided to at least warn people, like, stay away from these flowers, don't go to the big cities if you can help it, and if you can find a place, go away from here or away from the flowers. Otherwise, boil your water and make sure you eat safely.
Mm-hmm.
We also handed out little versions of the STE, the St. Tyrall edition of the Bible.
Yes.
I love that thing.
Everybody loves that thing.
But we handed out those, and I think we went through 3 towns like that. So the first one and then 2 others after that. We did not stop. We just walked through, said, hey, this is what you should do, and moved on. And then by the time we got to the capital of Lofesk, which is Sutaloon, we...
Still struggle saying that.
It's not my favorite, but you don't always have to like the names of your places, because they don't always have to be cool.
Yep.
I mean, there's some weird names of cities and towns that I'm like, why would you name it that? But whatever. Like Kalamazoo. Why?
Ooh.
Why? That's
Why is it Louisville? Spelled Louisville.
well, Louisville is what it should be, but yeah.
No, it's Louisville.
I know it's Louisville. But anyway, So as soon as we got there, we were like, well, what should we do? Should we just go straight to see the governess, which is not a friend of Aymer's, as he made very, very clear. And we decided that, yeah, we should probably just go, because the last time we went to a town where Aymer showed up, we were gathered anyway. Might as well cut the journey short for them and just show up. So we did. And we showed up to Isolde Dove's manor. It wasn't a castle or anything like Aurelius's was. It was just a manor. And Aymer said, yeah. You know, that guy.
Yeah.
So we showed up. Aymer pre-warned you both, specifically Brok, because Brok is a man now. Totally different. Brok is a man now, and he's a handsome man now. I mean, he's not gorgeous by no means, but he is an attractive, man.
Yes.
So, Aymer was very worried that Brok would garner attention from Isolde that Aymer was not prepared for. So he warned both of you all, hey, she likes to play mind games because she's a pretty lady, so be very careful. So once we approached her in her manor, or her throne room, which was also her bedroom,
Hint number 2.
understandably, as he did explain, she's a whore.
Brok did question the butler guide and was like, did you bring us to the right place?
Yeah, because when you showed up to a bedroom, you were like, are we in the right place? And the butler guy was gone. He shut the door and was like, have at it. And you all, discussed things with her. And of course, she did try her tricks of seduction. And she was a very beautiful, I think I said a high moon elf woman. And she did indeed try her tricks of seduction. And I think it was Tyrall who did very well with wafting it away.
Yes.
Her illusionary magic and stuff.
He didn't waft it away. He just walked up and dispelled magic.
Yeah.
In a 10-foot area. And was
because
like, no.
It did work a little bit on Brok, and Brok was like, oh, well.
Oh.
Yeah, and Aymer was like, no.
You are cute.
This is not what I wanted. But yeah, then Tyrall was like, all right, cut the crap. We're done playing games. And she got very upset about that. And you were told, I think it was by Adonis, that told you that she had originally, what her path truly was to be a priestess of the Maker. It was similar in the way to you, but a woman version, pretty much. And so you approached her with that, plane shifted her, blue.
First, we took her to see Adonis.
Yes.
And then plane shifted her from there.
Yes. Because you were trying to explain her things that you knew about her that she'd never told anyone really. And so she was like, okay, well, you know things about my family. Cool. What of it? And then you were like, all right, bet. And she put her hand on the hammer and was transported to see Adonis. Then you plane shifted her and she came back completely broken. Meanwhile, Brok and Aymer were just standing there like, so this is what he does, huh? And Brok put it very beautifully that where there is a wall, Tyrall will smash through it into tiny little pieces, and that is where Brok and Aymer come in to pick up those pieces and put them back together. So, which was my favorite, I think, probably of the whole campaign, other than You Are Good Because You Are Sad. That was a really good one.
That one was really good.
Once she came back, Tyrall, you really understood this is what's going on. This is what we are as a group. I will back off now. I've done my part. And then, of course, Brok and Aymer did come back in and try to scoop up her pieces. She explained that she had been groomed and taken advantage of by none other than the lovely great man Arthur Wilhelm, Aymer's dad, which again was a very morale killer for Aymer. it was a struggle for him, especially for a woman that he wasn't very fond of and wasn't very fond of him, understandably now. But Aymer handled it very well. You all gave her a similar version to your version of the Maker's texts that you have.
She did not get the...
She didn't get the fun, frilly version.
She didn't get the common folk version.
Yeah.
She got this is what you read out of on Sundays from the pulpit.
Yeah. She got the Holy Changing War version.
But she's only one of 3 people that have that.
Yep.
Tyrall has one, Delilah has one, and now she has one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So...
You all haven't even looked in that.
Oh, no, and I don't think Aymer wants to. Aymer was not curious about it at all. Aymer has too much already. He's good. That you can have. You're good. He has to worry about running an entire country. You can have that. You can have that version of the Bible. If there's a version of the Bible for Viscounts, he would love that.
You just open it up and it says, "Have you talked to Tyrall and prayed to the Maker?" That's the only
Follow
thing
the
it says.
counsel of your friend and God.
It's just a Michael Knowles book. It's all blank.
I love that. The title is the only text. Follow the guidance of your friends and the Maker, and then you open it up and it's just blank. It's just a picture of Tyrall over and over again. Oh man, he's pointing at you like Uncle Sam is pointing at you. That's really funny. But yeah, so after her conversion, and us helping her out with that, she said that she would help out the best she could, try to get information from Arthur, because they still have their meetings every now and then. Mm-hmm. And she said she would try to get any information she could, though he doesn't really tell her much. It really is just you be the face of this state, and I will take care of everything else while you take care of me. So, after that, I think we decided to go into the town and find a place to rest for the night. Because it was getting late. I think it was like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So we were looking for a place to eat and then looking for a place to stay. And I think that's where we're at right now.
I do believe so.
Didn't we find a place?
That's the right one. If you see trepidation in my face whenever I look to the side.
I think we did find a place to stay.
I did not get to the very end because that's a 5-hour-long campaign that I started at 10:30 last night. So I did not
I'm
get
pretty
to the
sure
very
we
end.
found somewhere to stay because I remember us eating.
I don't remember us eating, but I forget those small details because I try to remember the big details. Also, I do want to say I really like the card holder. That's such a dynamic station for that.
Oh, yeah.
I think
that
that's
on printables.com. Free file.
Yeah, I think that's really cool. I like
Very
that.
nice.
But yeah, we don't have to start at the end. We can start wherever the heck you want.
That's true.
Where are we at, Courtney?
Let me look
What
at my
are we
notes that I
doing?
started at 10:30 last night. Anyway, so I'll say it's after we've eaten and we found a place. It's a nice inn because Lofesk is a pretty nice town. It's a lot more updated. It has the same feeling as I think the capital of where was I hate not having my map out. I need a smaller version of my map. But wherever Aurelius was, I've forgotten at this point. Trinia, I believe, but
Yes.
I think it's
That sounds right,
Fainrisk is the
yes.
capital. But it's like that capital. It's very traditional, but updated. Whereas Fainrisk is very, very traditional. Cobblestone walkways, very old, like rock buildings and stuff like that. Very beautiful, moss and vines growing on the stuff. It's like that, but updated. So all of the buildings are super nice. It looks more like it's been carved in smooth stone instead of rocky cobblestone. All of the windows are super nice. They have nice, beautiful shutters on them. This place is taken care of. But it has a very traditional feel to it. And now that you know who takes care of the place, it makes sense why it's so updated.
Yes.
And all of the people are friendly. they don't stop to talk or anything, but they don't go out of their way to be rude or push through. They seem very friendly. If you needed something, you feel like you could speak with them. However, you do still get weird stares from people who are paying attention because you are a 7-foot elf. Not elf.
ASMR.
Angel guy. ASMR. Yeah. Angel guy.
At least the wings aren't out.
No, but you have a glow about you. Also, you're just dressed in priestly garb, which if you haven't seen, you need to go to all of our social media and see the updated art of Aymer and Brok. Or Aymer and Tyrall.
Brok is coming soon.
Brok is coming soon. I'm the one who does the art as well. So Tyrall nearly killed me.
But it still looks good.
It looks really good. That hammer nearly killed me.
Oh, I bet.
That hammer nearly killed me. I did also take Warhammer inspiration from that for you, specifically.
I can tell.
Yeah.
This is very Aquila-like on the side.
Yeah. Anyway. But it looks really good. So, you should look at those. But you still look... I mean, you look like a priest. And you're glowing a little. You have this overwhelming aura that we are used to at this point. Not everybody else who comes in contact with it is used to it. So they feel it and they're confused why they're so comfortable around
they're
you.
like, why is this priest glowing?
Right.
Never seen a priest glow.
Right. Especially with a really short, regal guy.
Yes.
Who looks like a jester also, but carries himself like a regal man. And some people may recognize him. And then also a simple, what looks to be servant advisor. Bless you.
Thank you.
So people do, if they're paying attention, look at us oddly, but they're not rude. They're just like, this is a very odd group of people, but we're used to that by now. So, hold on. There's a wee bug on my notebook. That was a lot of blood for a small bug. Anyway.
Ew.
Yeah. I mean, it was microscopic. It looked like dust, just like crawling on my... That was really weird. Anyway. So we find a really nice inn. I would say it's probably 3 stories. I mean, it's a really nice... A lot of the buildings here are pretty tall. And it's... sort of like Artiarna, where it's very compact. So there's a lot going on in the downtown city, which is where like the manor is and everything. And so this is a very nice inn, very narrow alleyways between each building. Has pretty vines on it and everything, nice window fronts. And there's a top to the building that you can get to, but a lot of people don't really go up there. It's not really set up for people just to relax on, but that is currently where Aymer is at. There are other places to go here. Do we have separate rooms? Single rooms? Joined rooms? What are we doing?
I'd assume you two would still probably room together.
Yes.
And Tyrall would have his own.
Yeah, Aymer and Brok cannot be separated. It's just like Jonas, just like Jonas said. Once they've wormed their way in, they cannot be parted. They are assimilated.
Yeah,
they're like brothers.
If all 3 of us could be in a
closer.
room, I'm sure we would do that.
Yeah, it's
But
not usually.
if it came to it, it'd be
Well, I guess we could
2 and 1.
technically because you don't really sleep, but that's up to you.
No, Tyrall would still probably take his own room.
Okay. He has to dream about Delilah.
He does.
I'm a saintly man. He doesn't do that.
Okay, buddy.
Keep telling yourself.
Yeah, have you seen
Because
Delilah? I don't
she's
think so.
gorgeous.
She
and
is.
sweet.
Yeah, and she's awesome.
And she'll beat your face in.
Which is what Tyrall loves. If she was a dainty little woman, he'd still be like, oh, she's cute. But the fact that she could literally beat him up, he's like, that's my woman. She could kill me.
Mm-hmm.
She also fought off dragons.
Yeah.
Like those weird blood dragons.
Yeah. Oh, those things were awesome.
Cookies.
Yeah, she can cook and kill dragons.
But Tyrall also is still like, well, They have literal gods coming after me.
Yeah.
And they're all dead now.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not actually dreaming about Delilah. I'm sure you're praying to the Maker like, whew, what is happening?
Why am I being blamed?
Because Tyr said all the gods were dead. And what Amriel told you was, we don't know exactly what's going on with the gods. I know this is what Tyr said. We are still trying to figure that out. Separate from that, on another note, for another issue that's also very pressing, we have no idea who this random vampire guy is. And he is outside the realm of the Maker.
Oh, yeah. And we also got the other news of we can't find Arminius.
Oh, yes. 'Twas another issue.
Yeah, the Holy Font was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which,
no.
when I was listening to that back, it didn't really come across the fact that Hollyphonts, like, they appear, pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
basically. They have to travel, but in basic terms, they appear wherever the person is. Like, it's not something that can really be avoided. It doesn't matter where you are
Yeah.
in the world, because it went to Revellion, which is a separate continent, multiple oceans away. So, like, it got to Meldarion, it can get to Arminius on the same continent, but it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You also sent a separate one to Nico, so you were like, well, if we get the one from Nico back, maybe we should worry about it, but, or if we don't, maybe then we should worry about it. But, because you were saying that Nico could send it away, but he can't, because it's the Maker's Holly font, so you would know. Not really, though.
No. That Holy Font wants to find you. It's finding.
Yeah, it's because the Hollyphonts have the knowledge of the Maker. They will get there in any shape, form, or fashion they have to. Because you are on behalf of the Maker telling them, do this. They'll do it or die trying. So that was extremely unsettling that when you got it back, the Hollyphont went, I couldn't find him. Like, there was no message given, because no message could be received, because he was nowhere I could find him.
Cool, go find Nico.
Yeah.
And we haven't heard back from that one yet.
Yeah, so, Amriel told you, we don't know about the gods, we don't know if they're all dead, clearly this one's dead, but we're figuring it out on a separate, unrelated, but kind of related, very pressing issue.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know anything about this guy. He is beyond the realm of the Maker. He is not of this world. We cannot figure out what this guy is. He is not to be trusted until we further know what this guy's about.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't trust the vampire guy.
Yeah. Don't play games with that guy.
Don't trust you.
So,
Aymer's on top of the building.
Aymer
Mm-hmm.
is on top of the building, yes. I would say it's... Excuse me, sorry. I would say it's probably about 10, 11 o'clock. So it's pretty late. So whatever you all are doing.
The
Brok, what would you like to do?
I'm picturing a hatch on the roof.
It's very similar to the one from before where Flint had no idea. Was it Flint that had no idea how to get up there to get to Cyrus or something like that? No, it was Tyrall.
It was
Tyrall.
Yeah.
Because he was going to try to tell him to come to the fight club, but then was like, I can't find him. And just left.
But the doorway will open. Brok will come up and come over and sit by Aymer and be like, here, I brought you this. They have hot cocoa milk. And he'll set the cup down beside you.
Right, your favorite. I'm surprised I have it. And when you come up through the hatch, he's sat, like, pretty much at the edge, like, with his feet kind of dangling off. Make an insight check with advantage for me. I mean, you can read Aymer like a book at this point. Which I would like to make note. I think we've been traveling for, I think we discussed this for like, what, almost 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Which is wild for one.
yeah.
But for two, that means both Brok and Aymer have had 2 birthdays since then. So I think technically Brok's, you're immortal, so your age literally doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm not counting that anymore. But Brok, I believe, should be, what, 21 at this point?
Yeah.
He's old enough to drink now.
Yeah.
And Aymer is 37. Which, by Fax9, age is still relatively young, but he's an adult. I mean, he's middle-aged. But anyway.
25.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you really can. You can just read him like a book at this point. I just make you roll because it's fun.
Rolling
but
is fun.
He is. You can tell there's a specific kind of hunch to his back, and his ears are back, and his tail is just barely moving. Usually, it's like very rambunctious and moving, but it is not so much. You can tell he's weighing a lot right now. But when you hand him the hot cocoa, he takes it in the little cup, and he's like, "I'm surprised I ain't headed." Yeah.
Oh, well, this city does seem to be on the up and up. I would be surprised if they didn't have it.
Well, not really that surprised, considering my father funds the whole thing. Makes sense, I suppose, for it to be so nice. I always wondered why it looked so similar to home. Now I know why.
Aymer, you're not him. You are not responsible for his actions.
No.
You are a good man.
No. I'm not him. But I am him, right? I mean, same blood. It's in my veins. And while, granted, I don't wrestle people into horrible positions like this, I've still done some pretty horrible things. And so, curious if maybe I'm still like him, just not in the same way. Just seems too reminiscent for me, I suppose. And to see how that has affected Isolde is... It's hard. It's very hard.
I bet. I can't even imagine. I was pretty blessed with my father. He just really showed me how to survive. He was never really in a high position, well, as you know. So I never really had to worry about things like this. But in regards to your dark side and seeing the path that we are on, that the Maker has a plan for us, it would appear that the Maker doesn't always call the righteous. You need the light and the dark to handle all situations, really.
I suppose that's why Tyrall, as terrifying as it was to see, kind of split himself in two. I mean, he did mention having to learn both ways to deal with things on his much higher spectrum, but I don't know. It's just, if I'm not even in a position of power yet, and I already struggled to do the right thing. What am I supposed to do when I am in the position of power? And I have to make decisions, and I don't make the right ones, or I don't make the right ones for myself. And I don't know. It's just, I don't know My father did horrible things, and my father has done horrible things, and he is doing horrible things. But what if he was just like me and was confused and was scared and didn't know how to make decisions and made the wrong ones over and over again? I don't know. I'm just scared that good people can be bad people in the wrong situations.
It is a possibility, yes. And you will make wrong decisions. And that's going to be okay. Because you won't be doing them alone. I'll be there. Tyrall might be. He kind of has
A little bit of a different
bigger
purpose.
things to handle.
Yeah.
But you won't be doing it alone. And your father, though he has other high authority friends, I don't even know if calling them friends is the right word.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tough to be in charge of so many people. Before, I definitely couldn't have done it. Now, I'm definitely more equipped. Maker be praised. But, I wouldn't want to be the one making the decisions. But I know that you can. Whether right or wrong doesn't really matter. The thing that does is that you make decisions. And we've seen it. We've seen you take charge here with our merry little band. And then Brok he chuckles to himself and he's like, thank you, by the way, for not running with my idea. Calling ourselves the Scarred would not be the most inspiring name to
I don't think
reach
it would.
out to.
Yeah, I don't think it would instill hope in people. But, I mean, it wouldn't be entirely wrong. Although, neither one of you seem to have those anymore.
No.
Completely remade.
And he looks at his wrists where the markings used to be. It's kind of odd, actually. I miss them, in a way. I mean, they were so a part of me.
Yeah. They do tend to make up who you are at some point. You kind of build yourself off of them and from them. And he just like gestures to the new one he has and the one from his father on his lip. It definitely is the first thing people see sometimes. And they kind of make who you are. But I feel like having a sense of freedom from them sometimes would be nice as well. A fresh start,
Yes.
so to speak.
But if you do end up taking charge, I think they will reassure the people. They will see themselves in you. That you aren't clean and pristine.
I suppose that's fair. Does help to have someone who knows hardship to lead you through hardship, I suppose. Because if I do take charge, that's going to be what I'm going to have to work through. It's this whole mess. All the people that we've seen in all those towns. And whatever mess is going on in Orlaith, I'm going to have to deal with it. And I don't even know how to do that. I don't even know how to unfocus from this usurper of gods, which I don't even have to deal with. I don't know how to unfocus from that to focus on any kind of idea that I might have to run and fix an entire country. I wasn't equipped with that. I was only equipped with running a state. And even then, most of it was just going to go by what my father had for us. So I don't really know. I'm out of my depths, Brok, and I'm scared. Very, very terrified.
And he rubs your back. I definitely know how that feels.
I suppose that's fair. You probably do. Not just a float up, I'm surprised. Very human of you, Tyrall. And Aymer's ear twitches in that direction.
Tyrall comes up the little hatch. Well, this is where I expected to find the two of you. Of course, after searching the rest of the establishment, and you all not being anywhere, this is the last place to look.
Sorry about that. Come sit, and it's a lovely view.
And
And it is. It does oversee a lot of, like, this specific inn has a very nice garden in the back, like a maze garden with a fountain in the middle. So and the moon is up high and there's stars out, so it is very nice. There are people, even though it's late, there are like a few couple of people out on the street, maybe going home from a night. So you can hear distant chatter and stuff. Very nice breeze. Still cold, but nice.
And Tyrall walks up behind where you all are sitting, but he doesn't sit. I came to find you all to let you know that I will be back by morning before we leave.
I would be surprised that you're leaving, but I'm not really. Where are you going?
Well, considering that you all are somewhere safe, it is the best time for me to go out and look for any signs of danger or large patches of flowers or possible old churches without, not to offend you all, but without having to walk.
Oh, none taken.
And Aymer's not looking at you when you're talking, because you're behind him, and he doesn't really have to. But it's not in a disrespectful way. It's just in a, this is what we do now. It's not offensive, Tyrall. I believe we've both come to the conclusion that while we are friends, I would consider us brothers at this point. You are in a different area completely than we are. And I don't fault you for that anymore. I used to take it as a very holier-than-thou sort of mentality. But it's just something only you can do. So,
It's not as far removed as you think it may be.
only in the physical, maybe not in the emotional or mental, but you are physically capable of things that I could never and never wish to be capable of. So, there are just things that you have to do by yourself. And sometimes you have to do that without exactly explaining them to us. And I understand that now. So,
I have explained what I plan on doing tonight.
yes, which I very much appreciate. At least you're telling me now. But
Yes, and Brok gets a little fidgety, and he's like, yes, take your time. In the morning, I'm gonna go see a sold, if that's all right with you two.
yes?
Aren't we supposed to be keeping a low profile with her?
Well, I mean, so consider, yes. It's not me going. I'm sure very many people don't remember Brok. I mean, as obvious as you look now, you're not as obvious as you were. And even then, not so obvious. You were a very weird... Anyway, I think it might be a little bit less conspicuous if he goes by himself, maybe on behalf of me. And she's also not that I think she is anymore, but her identity is wrapped up in being a whore, or one who mingles with men very often. So, even though she yelled at us, perhaps she was just yelling at me, and invited someone else back for something. Why do you want to go see her again? I mean, not that you can't. You're a man of your own accord. But why do you want to go see her? I mean...
Well, we kind of shattered her world today, and I want to make sure that she's all right.
And Aymer turns around and looks all the way up at you, Tyrall. I believe my boy is growing up.
Yes, there was more than just new body parts made, obviously. But that still stands the question that that's perfectly fine with me if it's fine with Aymer.
It's all right with me if you'd like to go.
But since you are going back, that means you can also deliver something for me.
Oh.
And he'll just hold out his hand, and there's the tiniest little Holofont that you've ever seen.
Whoop.
Yep.
Oh, look at you.
You're so ugly. Look at you. My God, you're so disgusting. You look like...
No, don't you listen to him.
It looks like lard with wings. I don't know why.
Holy messengers.
I'm just saying the maker could have picked cuter things.
There is cuter things, but not in as much abundance as these.
Isn't he the maker?
Yes.
Kind of could make whatever he wants. Anyway, it's not blasphemy, I swear. I'm just saying. It's just an observation. You know what I mean? Like, why
No,
not
but
make the
these
sky
are
pink?
Also the only messengers that can go between all three planes.
Very useful, but also very ugly.
Yes, that's because the body is not from the heavens.
That's fair.
But anyways, Brok,
Yes.
if on your visit tomorrow you could give that Hollyfont to her and let her know that it's not to be used for normal communications, but in emergencies.
Right, I can do that.
All right. Then with that, and he'll hold another Hollyfont out to you.
You're so ugly.
If anything were to happen while I'm gone, that's to let me know that something is happening.
Right. So do I keep it in a pocket? Do I...
If you wish it, it will just float behind your head so you don't have to see.
Like our own little Doot.
Ah,
I wonder if Doot is with Arminius. No, he doesn't like Arminius so much.
oh, Dude's definitely with him.
Yeah, probably. Anyway. And he just closes his hand and the thing goes... The Hollyfont goes away. like a little... It's gone.
All
All
right.
right.
For emergencies only.
Well, yes.
Because if that one of those two Hollyfonts appears to me, I'm going to be coming somewhere very quick and not in a good mood.
Understood, Dad. Got it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now with that, the wings
we'll behave.
will come out, and he will go up,
Be safe.
and then he flies towards the east, and then it's one of those.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
There he goes. Little streak of light.
Yeah. Show off. like a northern star. Show off. Anyway. This will be our first few hours away from each other. In a long time.
Yeah, since I died.
Well, just in general, all of us are going to be by ourselves for a few hours.
Yes.
Because Brock's going to be...
Especially in the morning.
Yeah, Brock's going to be with Isolde, and Aymer's not going to go. Aymer has no reason to go. So, well, it'll be interesting.
Well, Aymer, it is getting late.
It is very late, yes.
I'm going to go to bed. You can stay here.
Yeah, I might stay here for just a little bit longer. Got some things to think about. Swords with him. things to think about, meditate on, pray about, I suppose. Looks uncomfortable because it's not a normal.
Normal.
That's not a
plotline
normal
for Aymer.
thing for him. So, but rest well and enjoy your morning tomorrow.
I will. And he pats you on the back. He gets up, takes his hot cocoa with him.
Yep, goes in his room.
Honk shoe, honk shoe.
Honk shoe. Oh man, when the Maker remade you, he made sure your sinuses were just blocked completely when you fell asleep. He did that with my husband too. Anyway.
Did that with my wife as well. She has to pull her face to one side to be able to breathe while she sleeps.
That's wild. Nick snores really bad. I snore. I'm not gonna lie, I snore. I have deviated septums. I snore. Nick snores. Anyway. So what is it before we get to you, Broccoli? What are you wanting to specifically do right now? Like, I know you said what you were doing. What are you doing specifically right now?
I am looking for extremely large fields of flowers. I am looking for...
I'm going to get up and look at my map. I'm going to have to make myself... There's no point in me making myself a smaller one at this point when we only have 6 sessions left.
Yeah,
But-
just don't trip over that cord. He's looking
I
for
brought you a blanket, by the way.
a real blanket.
Yeah, for your naps.
All right.
Yay. Yeah, so he's looking for large fields of flowers. He's looking for any cave entrances or anything that looks like it could be an entrance to the Underdark. He is looking for, specifically in the forests and places far out of the way, for anything that may or may not resemble a church. He knows there's one over there, but that's a little bit too far away for a knight. Yep, even with his tremendous, glorious flying abilities. And he is also, out of spite, looking for anything that looks like a group of people in black and gold armor.
He said, maybe I could just go beat him up a little. like that episode of SpongeBob when they go and haunt Bikini Bottom. He's just going down there just to rough him up a little. Okay. Roll, do investigation, but also, you can add your religion.
Good. Let's see. 8,
Dang.
11, 12, 13, 14. That's a 14.
Wow, that's really low for you. But you did also roll
I rolled a
3.
3.
So
It
for
turned
him
out
to
to
make
be
that
a
14 is pretty insane.
Because my
Which is-
religion's an 8.
Which is why I like to add them together sometimes, because you're also feeling it, but you're also looking with your eyes, and it's a multifaceted thing, I think. Sorry, Jonas. Threw that on top of your stuff.
No, it's fine.
Jonas's stuff.
We need a new table. 14.
For those of you that cannot see, she is looking over the map, contemplating about what my 14 shall get me. She is currently marking things on the map. I believe them to be the locations of the churches that I know about.
Yes, currently at the moment, yes.
Which is not as many as I hoped it would be. But you know what?
There's
This is a
lot.
game.
You also just started doing this over here, though.
Yes.
So, I did tell you there was one down here. You just
Yes.
don't know exactly where yet. So you're looking for a church, all right? So let's see. We got that one there. I mean, you got to think they wouldn't have been everywhere.
No, but I would also assume that there would be ruins somewhere near major metropolitan areas.
You said you went east.
Yeah, because I knew I would start going east because I knew there was it would be that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I knew there was one over there, but he would go like 30 miles out and then do a circle around.
Yeah, because there's not
Sutaloon.
in this area.
Yeah. So he would do like a 30-mile radius loop around Sutaloon.
You know that it's in this direction. Like this direction.
Towards Drokar.
Yeah. but you don't know exactly where. But it is more this direction. Where exactly on here? You
Northwest. Okay.
Yeah. I'm putting it there. Tyrall does not know because Courtney will forget that that's where I told you if I don't mark it right now. So.
Close thine eyes.
Avert mine eyes from the map.
I'm averting my eyes, oh lord.
Why? You can look on me. Oh, okay. What do you need? I have a quest.
I'm averting my eyes. My eyes.
Oh, stop it.
I love that movie.
I saw a meme the other day, and it was, Legolas, what do your elf eyes see? And then it's Lancelot running up towards the castle.
That's the best part of that movie.
It really, that's the thing I quote a lot from Monty Python is him going, sorry.
Sorry.
Let's not fight over who killed who.
Stop singing. She's got massive tracts of land, son.
Lancelot's the best part of that movie. Like I know
Yeah.
King Arthur's funny, and he is.
It's all so good.
But
If you-
Lancelot is so freaking funny.
Sorry for this little divergence, but when it's to stall,
Out of about 200 virgins between the ages of 16 and 21 held up here in a castle all by ourselves in the shape of a holy grail.
You were saying, Jonas?
but if you have not seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail,
You probably should.
see it. It is a masterpiece.
A lot of people, like some people don't like it. That's wild to me. It's literally The Princess Bride, but funnier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
and that's not to hate on The Princess Bride. It's funny and it's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Monty Python and the
But-
Quest for the Holy Grail is just funnier.
It's funnier. Yes.
It's literally that movie. Same production quality and everything. It is that movie,
Better.
but funnier. God, that's
All right, do I
funny.
find anything else with my roll?
Yes, with your 14. You were looking for people in black and gold armor and then something else, right? Flowers, big patches of flowers.
Flowers and anything that looked like it could be an entrance to the Underdark, so like caves, giant holes in the ground,
Yeah,
a
you do.
sign that says Underdark here.
A big glowing sign like Beetlejuice that says, yeah. You do see a lot of entrances to what looks like underground. And I'm sure you probably go in a couple, like one or two, just to see. They're just tunnels. Like, they're just holes in the ground. You do feel that pulling towards the northwest for the church, ruins, whatever.
Which, in Tyrall's mind, it's towards Drokar. Which means Drokar, Underdark. Maybe there's a crypt in the church that goes to the Underdark. Oh. That's just Tyrall's thinking.
That it's not entirely untrue. There could be something like that, but you don't know. But so further out, the city is a pretty decently sized city, and past that, this is how it is with a lot of places in Indigo North. It's very big city, or capital city, whether it's big or small. Usually they're the bigger towns, but not all of them. And then for like a couple miles past that, it's just land. That's how it is with a lot of Indigo North.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, it's just built up villages. Not really huge established towns unless it's like a port town or something in between on borders or something like that, border cities, that sort of stuff. And so it's the same here. There's a lot of, in the western of Lofesk, it is, for as far as you can see, just land. And so in that land are a lot of congregated flowers. It's like in patches. From the view you have, the big aerial view you have, it looks very like big section here, dappled big section here. But if you were to be on the ground, it would just look natural. Like I said before, with like the yellow weeds that we get, it looks like that. But I'm sure if you were to see an aerial view of like a neighborhood, it would look like big congregated yellow flowers here, a dappling here, you know what I mean? So from your aerial view, it does look like there's congregations of them, but not... It doesn't look to be in any specific pattern.
And not like it was where we came from.
No.
Yeah.
No, because there are no huge lakes here. It does look like if you look in the direction of like southeast, it looks like there's like more east, it looks like there's a growing steady like line
In the east.
like the southeast, but you would know that that's going towards the water, towards the ocean, where the port town would be, the small port town would be. And of course, you would already know at this point they're attracted to large swaths of water.
Indeed.
You know, to poison everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no foes to rain down my anger and hatred on.
No, there are no...
And Circle of Odin's slacking down on me.
Are they?
But yeah, they're not just there ready to martyr me again.
Well, you're also literally dead to them.
Yeah, they might have no idea that you've come back. You've not made your presence known. You did not
What's his
crash...
name knows I'm back?
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. That's what I should do. I should just show up to like an Odin sanctuary.
Yeah, just crash through the...
Just crash through and be like,
What's up? What's good?
I
But
have to remember that for next time.
Oh,
But-
no.
Just kick open the doors, start whipping
and
everybody.
I mean, this isn't to get topical, but they don't tramps around like, you know, like the KKK or anything. It's not like they're just looking for drow and tiefling to martyr. You know, they're not just walking around in groups and hordes of people
Yeah.
to, you know, to lynch. It's just, if they need to be deployed, they'll be deployed. Now, there might be a group of them for a specific, like, quest, but that's few and far between right now, because Odin isn't going to war with anybody at the moment. You know that once he goes to war with somebody, they're like ants. They're everywhere. And you better get out of the way. So,
All right.
he's
So,
keeping a low profile at the moment.
Yeah.
low profile. Me. All right. So after all the flying around, he'll come back. Probably like early morning.
Yeah, it would be really late. I will say that while you're just kind of chilling, looking around, because I'm sure it's going to take you a few hours to do all of that. There's at one point when you feel a presence behind you that you are very used to, and you hear Amriel's voice. And he explains to you, he doesn't greet you or anything.
He
Very
just starts talking.
short, sweet, and to the point. That's very, very Amriel style. It would seem that your god friend doesn't understand exactly what's going on in the heavens.
Well, to be fair, I don't know at all what's going on in the heavens either.
He said all of your gods were dead, but it doesn't seem all of them are dead. We can't locate a few of them. So whether they are dead, or taken hostage of, or holding themselves out in some place that we cannot find, they are not dead at the moment.
Which ones are not dead?
Does not seem as if Baldur is dead. Or Thor. Or your mischievous one, Loki.
So out of the whole pantheon, only 3 still exist.
As what we can understand, Hela has always been very disagreeable with meeting or being found. So perhaps she is somewhere else and we just cannot find her.
Well, I have a feeling that as soon as I enter the Underdark, we will have an answer with her.
She does seem very unfond of you.
Well, you do. I'm assuming you saw what I did to one of her offspring.
I have been, unfortunately, watching you for a while.
Yes. So yeah, that's why she is unfond of me. Come to find out that you just kill one wrong tiefling and everything falls apart around you.
When you go by a false god, usually
To be fair,
your consequences
to
do
be
follow.
fair, Amriel, I didn't know that any of you existed.
I don't think that there is an excuse for ignorance. Not on Judgment Days, anyway.
No, but let's just be happy I have what? Eternity to atone?
That means eternity that I have to deal with you still, right?
I mean, either way, it would be eternity at this point that you have to deal with me.
I will make sure Casmithrian deals with you more often than I do.
Oh, but you are the one that keeps on showing up. I think you miss me.
You are my brother in war, so I am in charge of you.
That is true. Out of everybody, you are the one that's dabbled your hands in this the most.
Yes.
But if you don't want to see me, I guess Casmithrian is an acceptable second.
I am sure that I will inevitably be the one to come to you. As I said, we are brothers in war, and Casmithrian is not war-driven.
No. Although, I do think that at some point, once I go below this surface, I should be afraid for interruptions from the others.
Oh,
They
yes.
are not as kind as you.
No. No.
I don't know how well the other two are going to take seeing, demon princes in the flesh.
He's not one to, he shows expression much more than, Arminius or anything like that. He's just very serious, considering being an angel of war. But when you say that, he does get this, a smile on his face that just seems like he's mocking. Yes, the small one might be rather afraid of those ones.
I'm not sure it will be them being afraid of the princes, or the fact that I'm talking to demon princes as if they're friends.
Either way, it will be enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, well, I hope you do see it. Because I'm the one that'll have to explain it.
Good luck with that.
Yes, thank you. Is there anything else I should know of?
Not at the moment. I just was told to inform you of our updates.
Well then, thank you, Amriel.
And he just... It's like it's a weird gateway. You can't see it, but he steps back into a golden... it's like there's an invisible door and he disappears behind it almost. There's always different ways that he leaves. It's never the same. Sometimes he ascends, sometimes he appears,
Yep.
sometimes he goes through a gateway.
It depends on what type of appearance he needs to make for those around.
Yeah. Depends on how quickly and where he came from, if the Maker's the one that sent him, if he's the one showing up. Yeah, just depends.
It's a man of many mysteries.
He really is. I love that guy.
Well then,
He is very gorgeous.
Yes, he is.
and Tyrall will just keep on banking back towards the city like he was whenever Amriel was just like, bro.
Yeah, he really just appeared and was like, so I have information for you. He didn't say hi or anything. And he didn't even approach you in the front. He approached you from behind.
He's like, I can still sneak up on you.
Yeah.
What will do about it?
Which is, the nuances in characters are really what get me. He absolutely could have appeared to you in the front, but he was like, nah.
Well,
I'm going to show up behind this guy.
See what happens.
But...
Smite you out of the sky.
yeah. You think you know me, you think we're friends? 2 for flinching. But, yeah, so you will come back. Brok, are you doing anything specific in your room now that we're here?
Yeah, after you see a bright shining
Or are
light,
you literally just honk-shooing?
well, yeah. I mean, it was late. Went straight to bed.
Honk-shoe,
We did just do a bunch of traveling.
We did, and we had a very, tense meeting
Yes.
with, Isolde, and, yeah, so I'm assuming that would be
I will
unsettling.
say, with the information that Tyrall has just gotten, he would not go straight back to his room.
Okay.
He would bust through the door to your all's room.
Oh.
Just slam the door open.
Well, Aymer's not even down there. Aymer is still up.
What?
Well, Aymer's not in there.
Well, he would land back on top. So if Aymer's up top,
Aymer's
he would
not
just,
up top.
Oh. Well, yeah, just whack.
Cocoon. Okay. Yeah, Aymer's, yeah, it would just be you, because Aymer is not anywhere.
What? Tyrall, what is it? Is everything okay? And Brok starts, getting out of bed, putting his armor on.
Stop. Everything is fine. Where is Aymer? I have news that he would like.
And he looks over at the bed, and then looks up. I guess he's still up on the roof.
He's not. That's where I came from.
And then he keeps putting the armor back on.
There, if you do an investigation check for me.
Both of us?
Sure, yeah. Brok with disadvantage because you just woke up, so it's going to be a little blurry for you.
Ooh. Not doing good. I even used a different dice.
Dang.
Solid 10.
You know, that's not as bad as I was expecting, though. Oh, by the way, I did order a new dice tray. It should be here today. I ordered it for here because it's supposed to be delivered today.
Yeah?
So it's supposed to arrive between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. So hopefully sometime soon. I got it's black pleather on the outside and purple on the inside.
Aww.
But anyway.
7.
Oh. Yeah. Wow. You guys are really...
The dice went from an 11 and then a 1.
Oh, yikes. Oh,
the
man.
Power of disadvantage.
Yeah, literally.
Yep.
It looks like Aymer came back and left some of his stuff. If you would like to go through his things and see what's going on there, you may.
Is the sword there?
No, he hasn't. Well, you would assume it is not on him, or it is not there with you.
Yeah. What did he leave behind?
His pack. You still have his journal. I forgot about that.
I do.
Things that you would expect that if Aymer was going to go out on his own, travel out on his own, he would take with him. But while that's there, while you're going through some of the things that he left there, you see a note that is written in the beautiful script of Aymer's handwriting that Brok is so familiar with reading from his journal. It's a note that says, "Don't worry, didn't get kidnapped. I just needed to walk and, be by myself for a little bit," or something like that. And then it's, "Hey."
All right. At least he said something.
Yeah, because he has been kidnapped enough times to worry you all.
Yes.
He had the good graces at least to be like, "Hey, I'm not dead."
Yeah.
Start undoing the armor.
All right, then I will tell you.
Yes, what?
Amriel came to me while I was out scouting.
Oh.
And Tyr seemed to be wrong. Not all the gods are dead.
That's great.
They don't know where they are. But Baldur is still alive.
Excellent.
As well as Thor and Loki. And they are assuming Hela.
All right. That seems all good news-ish.
Also, when you're done with your meeting, we're going northeast.
Oh, you found an entry.
I believe there is a church very close to the border of Drofesk.
Oh.
Which may or may not be near entryways, because they're all over Drofesk.
Yeah, but still, finding another of the churches will be quite beneficial.
This will be. So you go back to sleep and prepare for your meeting in the morning. I am going to just go see if I can find Aymer.
Yes. I guess it was fine that you barged in. Although the inn might not like it because the door was locked.
Yeah, the door frame is destroyed. The door is destroyed.
Ooh. I'm sorry, I'm a little excited right now.
No, that's
Yeah, and like
excitable news.
The door frame is like pushed off. The door is kind of hanging all sideways. There's a couple of people who, like, in the hallway, kind of peek out and are looking down the hallway, like trying to
Tyrall
figure out what
pokes
that
his
sound
head back
was.
out. Sorry, big, strong, muscly freak. Sorry.
And they all just give a nasty look and shut the door.
Good night, Brok.
Good night.
Yeah,
Tyrall.
tries to put the frame back on the door.
Tyrall
tries to shut it.
Gets back. Brok gets back in the bed.
Just
That's if I can go back to sleep.
And Tyrall will walk down, go up to the front desk. And he'll reach into his real coin pouch. I am so sorry.
and it's it's an elven man. He's like, "What are you apologizing for?"
I accidentally broke one of the doors into a room.
Is that what that sound was?
Yes, sir.
He just looks off. Thank you for the gold. He just takes it, puts it under the counter. Go on. It's
Yes.
fine.
Okay, thank you. And out the front, and he will. That way. And he'll start trotting off down the street.
Trying to find Aymer?
Yep,
All right.
trying to find Aymer.
Well, while we do that, while you go look for Aymer, let me try to find music that I'm looking for. Because Lord knows it will sound like not... What I was just playing was called the Undercroft, which I would have thought would have been a little bit spookier, considering the Undercroft to me is a little spooky. It wasn't.
No, that was very not
I
spooky.
like to imagine it's like 4 a.m.
Oh yeah,
You know?
it's very late, yeah.
Yeah, and like the weird people are getting up to like do their morning exercises, like the successful morning routine people.
Yeah, who are like, I'm gonna wash my face at 3:45 in the morning.
Yeah, with the special water.
With this
like-
rose water that just makes my skin glow. And now I'm gonna go on a run, because everybody loves to run at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So I imagine some of those people are out, and then here comes glowing
The
priest.
literal embodiment of light, and they probably think they're tripping.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
comes like, moving 10 feet with one stride. Just
Like Captain America on
Aymer,
your left.
Aymer,
Yeah. Have you seen a Foxman?
Foxman, Foxman. No, you get a book. Foxman.
No Foxman? Here's the Bible.
You all continue. Jonas humbly and deeply apologizes, but one, I am an old man, and two, that little tiny cappuccino thing, it's worked its way through.
I bet.
So I will be back.
Okay.
I
But-
can't remember if the front door is locked.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, you all continue.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Don't get a felony charge.
Don't get a felony charge. Oh, it's so sad because everything that's going to happen next is so good. You're good. Patrick, go open the door.
Oh my goodness.
Go. We need a new door.
Jessica has found one. Oh look. He became his own muscly freak.
Yeah.
Yes. No, Jessica has found the door.
Yay! We need a new one.
We just need to get it.
Cool. So we can either go ahead and continue, or we can ad-lib for the next however long it takes Jonas.
I have been thinking.
Or we could do whatever you want to do with Tyrall. We could figure something else out if you
I
want.
have been thinking
I can try to improvise.
about Tyrall's abilities.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And I think I have figured something out that I like.
Okay.
And that is Crusader's stand stays the same. Just instead of glowing gold, he glows white, and he does not have to chant the whole time.
Yes.
He is still Tyrall. As far as Bifrost cleansing goes, we just call it Maker's Will. And it is pretty much the same thing, same damage dice, but instead of a 30-foot radius, it's a 50-foot radius.
Oh my god, so everyone is dead. And I would think it would look different, obviously. I don't think it's going to be the rainbow.
Instead of the rainbow
bridge coming down and destroying people.
A pillar of fire coming down.
That's what I'm thinking. Kind of like what Aymer did.
And just like good old Moses out in the wilderness, pillar of fire from the heavens. And, burning the prophets of Baal.
That was really cool. God is so metal, dude. He's so cool.
We're making this metal. It's like, oh, look, Odin, he uses little rainbows. What do you use?
You
Pillars
little
of
rainbows.
fire from heaven.
What about if I rain fire down? Yeah. No, I think that's fine. That works for me.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out.
We might scale it down from 50 to 40, though. Because 50 feet is a lot. Because that's what I was originally going to do with the...
I want to blow up Waylon's mansion.
40 foot is still huge, though. And as long as you know exactly where Waylon is in the mansion...
Doesn't matter. Because the fire's got to reach me somehow. But if I'm in the bowels of the place...
Yeah, exactly. Just...
It's just like... Oh, look, fire. And there goes one collapsed roof and two, and now the fourth floor is collapsing.
Yep.
What's going on in there? Why is the ground
shaking?
shaking?
I mean, it's definitely the difference of, like, doing it based on...
Did you imagine doing that in the Underdark and there's just a giant hole in the ground?
That'd be crazy.
Like, thousands of feet into a tunnel?
That's how you get, world wonders and stuff. I mean...
What happened here? 9th level spells. That's what happened here.
The Maker rained down hellfire from one of his to aid one of his most
zealous
priests.
Be like, what? Yeah, don't fall in that. You're just going to keep on falling.
It's just people worship the ground site.
Could you imagine being in the caves whenever that hits? Because you're in a compact cave. It's not going to be a 40-foot. It's going to be like, here comes a raging ball of fire.
You're making history when you do those.
Yeah, just like spewing out through all the different cave systems.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a little like priest of Odin being like, oh, there he is. And he does his Bifrost cleansing. And then I do my thing. And then like we hit hammers at the same time.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah. Be like the two Iron Mans doing their thing at each other.
Yeah.
Just
That'd be crazy. Can you imagine the amount of damage? Because it's kind of like a car crash, right? Like if you're going 80 miles an hour and somebody else is going 80 miles an hour, you're not hitting at 80 miles an hour. You're hitting at 80 plus 80 miles an hour.
No. Mythbusters just proved that.
I don't believe that because it's the velocity hitting at like... I don't believe the Mythbusters sometimes. So what are you hitting at 80 miles an hour? Because I don't believe that.
They took a car, slammed it at 80 miles an hour into a wall.
Into a wall, though.
And then they took another car, two cars, slammed them both at 80 miles an hour head on to each other. It was the exact same damage in G-forces.
Real as like 80 miles an hour?
Mm-hmm. Into the wall. Into another car at 80 miles an hour head on.
Are you killing Aymer?
No.
No, we're talking about what his abilities are. And we were talking about Maker's Will, which is what we're calling it now, versus the Bifrost cleansing. And if a priest of Odin and a priest of the Maker were to hit hammers at the same time, the amount of damage that would do, because Maker's Will does 40 radius damage and a Bifrost cleansing does 30. So I was saying like how much radius damage that would do.
Oh, at that point, the whole reality would shift.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It would be like a nuke. Like,
why is this mountain floating now?
It's a mushroom. No joke, though.
Yeah,
that's how things happen in D&D. Like, there's a sky city now. Why? Well, because at one point, a very powerful priest of Odin and a very powerful priest of the Maker hit hammers, and now the sky is just floating on top of some cosmic energy that was made
and tearing
based on
open
that.
a hole in space and time.
Yeah, that's exactly how D&D works.
Yep.
So,
Also
I mean, this is the reason why I like doing the collaborative storytelling, because if Tyrall at any point were to do that, it would change a part of Indigo North's geography, which therefore would change history on Siovana, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Like,
So what happened? Two guys got mad at each other.
yeah, two very powerful priests got really mad, hit hammers, and now part of the city floats.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
normal life.
It was a Tuesday.
Yeah.
You should see what happened whenever 4 of them were around.
But glad you're back.
Aymer.
No,
Aymer.
now we're going back to
Did you enjoy your break?
I did.
Your old man break?
Yes.
Honestly, me and Patrick were talking about how old we're getting too, because Patrick said he's going to have like a jeweler's lens to start painting stuff because he can't see anything. And I was like, how weird does it feel to be getting older? Because I look at my hands and I'm like, oh my God, those are the hands of an almost 30-year-old. And that's wild to me. I can see that my hands are getting older every day. And it's wild. Like, I have wrinkles in my fingers that I did not see before.
I've never paid attention, but then also I've gone through it so many times.
Yeah,
that
you're
it's
used
like,
to it. It's like walking over an
Mine
ant
are
for
just a
us.
bunch of small nicks and cuts.
Well,
There's
I'm
no,
a woman,
like,
so I have
yeah.
a bigger
No
attention
wrinkles.
to detail.
Mine are just like
Yeah,
damage.
but I mean, yeah, you work on cars and stuff. You're gonna get
And
little pinches.
I'm not
and-
only a woman, but I'm also an
Yeah.
artist. So like I see the attention to detail and I'm like,
Yes.
these are older fingers. Like, it's weird. But anyway,
Aymer.
we're going back to Brok. So,
Brok.
while you're asleep,
Oh.
you're sleeping, I mean, pretty good. You were sleeping pretty good to begin with.
It feels good to be back in the bed.
Yeah. And you know, back in a nice bed too, because these places are nice, and like the covers are nice and you're warm and cozy. The door is not on, so you know that's interesting. But you do feel pretty safe in this room and in this inn in general. So and you know, since Aymer's safe and sound for the most part, you go back to sleep relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really have any dreams. You're very just good REM deep sleep until you get an unsettling sense. And it's not very conscious to you because you're still very deep in sleep. But it's this underlying fear and dread that starts to weave itself into your sleep.
Mm.
So you're still very much in a deep sleep.
Yeah.
It's just unsettling in your soul enough that it starts to kind of draw you more into consciousness. And you feel like you hear whispers, but you can't make out what they are. And they sound familiar, but because you're still in that consciousness, that unconscious state of sleep,
Yeah.
that you can't tell that they're familiar. And it's just enough to kind of start rousing you out of your sleep. And when you open your eyes and you're starting to come to, the room is a lot darker than you remember. There's some moonlight, because you remember as you're starting to come back to your conscious state that you and Aymer were outside and the moon was shining very brightly because the sky was clear and there were stars everywhere. And when you came into the room, it was pretty well lit from the moon itself, but it's very dark, it seems now. And there is still like a sliver of moonlight coming through, but not enough to illuminate the room as it was before.
Yeah. What time is it? What's going on?
And the air seems very stale, like there is no sound. It's no echoing. You can't hear people downstairs like you did before. There's like no sound, no echoing of your own voice. It's just dead air.
I'll get out of bed.
And as you're
He kinda
looking
looks
around, there's you don't see it, you feel it before you see it, that you need that the sense of your fear and your dread, because it's like if you have a nightmare and you wake up in a dark room and
Yeah.
you're in reality, you know you're fine, but you're so wrapped up in your
You still feel
paralysis
it.
and your
Yeah.
fear
You still
paralysis
feel it.
and your fear
Yeah.
that you can't really make too many movements because you're too worried to, that you look in the corner and in the same height that you're used to are the red eyes. They're just watching you, and it's specifically dark in a silhouette form. Even though this room is very dark to you anyway,
Yeah.
that is a specifically dark essence.
And yeah, his heart starts racing.
It's like your world kind of shifts because you know you're alone. Like you're alone this time.
Yes.
You can't call for Tyrall or Aymer because they're not right there. You are completely alone this time.
Oh, this is where he forgets.
Hmm?
This is where he forgets.
Forgets what?
He can call.
Can he?
You know, it's a holy phone.
But also fear does that to you.
I know.
Yeah. But then also, I know it was just in my head. The others didn't see you, so they can't see you. This is just an after effect. But I know you.
And it seems like you talking doesn't really affect anything. It's like you're talking to yourself almost. The
Yeah.
eyes don't blink, though nothing shifts in the room until in your pausing of trying to be like, I know you're fake. I know you're an illusion. You're not really here. This is just me freaking out. And, you know, as you take your pause to breathe, because your breathing is erratic, everything is shifting and
Yes.
tilting in your vision, you hear the voice. And it, as dead as it was for you when you spoke, his voice fills the room.
Oh,
Like his voice is the room you're in.
yeah.
It's so quaint that you think that, Brok. But you can't see him. It's just the eyes and his silhouette.
Yes.
And there's nothing else.
My hands go for the daggers.
And it's like they're not there. Are you looking for those pathetic weapons that you have? You think they will protect you from me?
No, but I know my friends. They are my protection, not just the two that travel with me physically.
Are they? And he sounds like he's mocking you. Like the laughter is deep in his chest, but it echoes throughout the room. They're not here to help you now.
No, they're not. But the Maker is. And
Is
he always will be.
Is he? Is he here right now to protect you, Brok? Do you feel him, or do you feel me? Tell me, do you feel your Maker right now? Is he here helping you?
I don't feel him, no. But that changes nothing.
Does it
I
not?
never felt him before.
Mm.
But he still saved me.
Or has he forsaken you? For being, what? Renewed? You think he cares about you now? I am the only one who's ever cared about you, Brok. I saved you. I made you what you were.
You never did. You never cared. I'm but a tool to you.
Are you?
Some part of your fiendish scheme.
You don't know what I have planned for you. You put your faith in this Maker, who has what? Renewed your body. But I made you powerful. I gave you things that I do not give to everyone. And I have always been present for you. But you put your faith in this Maker so easily, and he has proven nothing to you.
I can't doubt what you have said. the gifts that I was given were very helpful.
They were only a small detriment, but that comes with every power. Your friend, the angel, has his detriments as well.
Well, even the mighty saint is not perfect,
Exactly.
like you.
I never claimed to be perfect. I have my own flaws. But they are still better flaws than most people's. Good things.
What do you want?
I want you, Brok, and I will have you.
Why? Why? Why me?
Because I chose you. And you need no other reason than that. And even though it's just the eyes this whole time, and there is nothing, you are speaking to black and red eyes, you see this thing on his forearm, like, appear and start to glow, and it is beyond your mind.
Oh, yeah.
And it illuminates enough that it illuminates, like, his chest and maybe, like, below his face, so you get a little bit of, like, ambient lighting on him, in these, like, blues and greens. And I don't... Have you fully seen him before? I can't remember. I know you obviously have.
Yeah,
I don't
he
think you've
did.
fully seen him
No.
before. And so this is the most you've really seen of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks daunting. Tall, broad, because like the light that's on from his forearm that's illuminating him is still not even enough to illuminate his whole chest, like the whole broadness of him. And you can tell from his features that he's smiling this whole time. He is not unnerved in the slightest or challenged at all. But you will come back to me, Brok. Whether I have to take you willingly or not. Just don't forget. And then it's like all the darkness gets sucked up from the room into him, and the eyes disappear and he's gone. And everything is as you remember it when you came in here. Like, the light is just as bright. There's like night birds chirping outside. You hear the chitter chattering of people maybe downstairs eating really late at night or really early in the morning. You hear the ambience of the world again.
Yeah, and
and you can tell that your daggers are not on you because you took them off while you were sleeping and set them on your night table.
And it's like I've been holding my breath as it dissipates. I look around the room, quickly grab one, and just kind of hold it close. He won't have me. He won't have me. He won't have me.
Yep.
And yeah, Brok kind of just sits there for a bit, collects himself.
I can imagine that's rough for Brok, being very much, while I'm sure later you think about it, I had the Holly font at any point I could have called Tyrall. It's the fact that they're not physically there for you to just call out to.
Yeah.
And you're so used to having, at the very least, Aymer there. Not that Aymer could do much for you, but at least having Aymer there always helped. But you didn't even have him at this point. You were completely alone. So.
And then Brok then recites some of the passages from the STE.
The STE.
And closes it.
And you do feel a better sense of comfort. It still doesn't eradicate what happened, and you still have those lingering fears, because that was very real for you. the underlying comfort, helps.
Yeah, and even as I'm like getting dressed, Brok is keeping an eye on that corner.
Yeah. And that corner is not even close to as dark as it was when he was there. Like, it is a fully illuminated corner because the sky is starting to turn like a dark blue because the sun is starting to shift and everything. So it just makes everything a little bit more real that you were not alone. Because that corner is very well illuminated even in the dark night. But, yeah.
And I get up, head downstairs, bypassing breakfast.
Yeah, I'm sure you're a little jumpy too. So like when clerks or something greet you, they're like, "Hello." You're like, "Oh,
Hi. Yes. Good morning.
good morning." And they just walk past, carrying towels or something to another room. They're very kind, but not so much for you right now. But yeah.
And
Did you have anything specific you wanted to do before I go back to Tyrall?
Since it does look like people are out and about and having breakfast and all that, Brok, before heading to the manor, he has a very important stop.
Where are you
At
shopping?
a tailor.
At a tailor. At a tailor.
Because I ripped my pants. Actually,
Oh.
yes, I kind of have in our travels.
Yep, and your shirt. You gotta look pretty for the pretty lady.
And you need real underpants.
Yeah, you need real undergarments. I need everything, sir, please. Even underwear.
Clothes. Explain them to me.
How do they work? Aymer's gonna be so sad that he's not there to help you. This is literally his thing. He's gonna be so sad.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna pick apart your wardrobe, just like you did with Tyrall. But yeah, you may go to a tailor.
But before we can stop with going to the tailor, so we can hop back over.
Okay, so it is still late at night. Meanwhile, while this was happening to Brok, you are searching for Aymer, and the alleyways are pretty narrow, and these streets, are fairly clean. Like, there's not very many weirdos or people who you would expect to be doing things they shouldn't be doing out late at night. Do an investigation check for me and add your religion. Because the weapons are sort of... That could be anything. Oh, buddy. Even when you added your religion, that's a crit one,
I got
though.
a crit one. I got a crit fail. With adding everything, it's a 12.
That's not too bad.
But I still rolled
Some people just crit.
fail.
Some people are like, well, you crit and you only get a 1. I only do that for combat, really.
So I got a 12.
Okay. Because I think it makes it more detrimental when it's in combat. But, so with a 12, it takes you a while. Aymer's very small. These alleyways are very narrow. He knows the streets better than you do. But you are guided a little bit more by Adonis, who obviously has a connection with Aymer's weapon. So it takes you a little bit, but you are able to locate him generally. And as you're walking, he comes out of an alleyway to, doesn't really know you're there, but runs into you, pretty much. And, everything looks fine. He looks relatively normal. And when he runs into you, it's just, more like you're walking, he comes around the corner, and he's like, oh. Hello? What are you doing out here so early? Late?
I'm looking for you.
Oh. Why?
Could you humor me for a second?
I suppose.
And use some of your boulder magic.
And he looks not uneasy, but more like not, he doesn't want to. No.
Any particular reason why?
No, I'm worried that if I do it, it might not happen.
Would it help you if I said that Amriel came to me and believes that Tyrall was wrong?
Maybe.
And they believe that 4 of the Pantheon still lives?
4 of them, including Baldo.
He was the first one named. But also Thor, Loki, and Hela.
Oh, your favorite.
Yes. The only problem is that they can't locate them.
Oh. So good, but not good.
No. I'm hoping that if you can still use your magic from Boulder, that you can communicate with him to ask him to allow Amriel to come and retrieve him.
I suppose I can try. And he just kind of shifts a little more towards the street and does, of course, his flamboyant gestures as always when he does magic and creates an illusion of, like, an illusionary image of Brok. And he's like, that doesn't work. And he just kind of, it's standing there and it looks like Brok, but he's like, no, it's not exactly right. And he just lifts his hand up and, like, erases the face and, like, kind of mixes it up like a smudging tool. And then, like, pulls his hand back and does another flamboyant little gesture with his hands. And you can't tell the difference, but to Aymer it makes all the difference. It's like, there we go. That's more like it.
All right, so it works.
Yes, though in my studies of magic, there is such thing as reminiscent magic. And let's say Baldo was killed and he was only killed recently, I would probably still have remnants of his magic. It would take, as far as I'm aware, again, I'm not a sorcerer or a wizard or really even a druid, but from what I understand, it could take anywhere from a couple of weeks, a couple of months, even years to lose magic from people. Some people. I could be wrong. I mean, the Maker could completely eradicate all of magic from the gods tomorrow if he wanted. But from what I understand, if that is to be understood correctly, considering I suppose we were going off of non-Maker inspired science on magic, maybe that all needs to be reconsidered now. But I don't know. Seems the same to me, my magic. But I could try getting in contact with Baldo, but I haven't done that in a while, so.
I think it would be worth a try, because from the gist of what Amriel was saying, it almost sounds like the Maker is trying to shelter whoever is left.
All right. Yeah, I suppose I can do that. But maybe not here. Maybe we need to go back to the hotel inn first.
Understandable. So, let's get on our merry little way.
And make a perception check for me. Or what's your perception?
Ooh, yeah.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception.
I think passive perception
is a 14.
I think that's weird anyway. Passive perception is weird to me, but I thought I'd use it just to see. It's just weird. Oh my god, though. Aymer's passive perception is 22.
Dang.
Oh my god, that's crazy. That's wild.
So he is hiding eyes under all that hair. There's like eyes on the back of his head.
Yeah, under all that hair, it's just a wig under it. He looks like one of the actual angels from heaven with all the eyes on his head. But you would notice just a little bit, nothing super unsettling or anything. He kind of wipes his pants off as he usually does. I mean, it's just his normal mannerisms. Looks around, kind of glances back into the alleyway that he came from, and just follows you. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Aymer, what was the real reason that you came out tonight?
For what I... Did you read the note?
Yes, but I also know it's you.
What does that mean?
It means that you can write one thing and mean another.
Well, I am pretty good at double meanings, yes. But no, I was, like I said, I just wanted to... I've got a lot to think about, and just being on the rooftop, it didn't really help me as much as I wanted.
And Tyrall will stop. If I go back to that alley, am I going to find anything that I shouldn't?
No? I mean, you're more than welcome to go check, I suppose.
There's not going to be, I don't know, desecrated corpses of drug cartel members?
No. Though that would be nice. No. You may check my blade, and you may check the alleyway. There are no bodies. I'm not... Well, I could very well take them by myself. But...
I'm going to roll an insight check.
Okay.
Ooh.
On... Once I find my insight...
Ooh.
Who that is. I got a 14.
No, yeah, nothing. I mean, he doesn't look to be lying, and he seems to be like, you can go check if you want. And he even steps back a little bit and, like, looks in the alleyway himself, and he's like, oh, no dead bodies.
Tyrall will go into the alley and investigate around.
Okay. And Aymer doesn't necessarily follow you, but he does kind of just, like, lean against the, like, building next to, in, you know, one of the buildings, side of the walls, waits for you, just leaning his shoulder against it.
Got another 14.
Tail's flicking a little bit. You do notice that his tail is flicking a little bit out of normal manner, but it could just be because of all of the stress that he's going through right now, too. It's just not super, obvious. But, you said you got a 14?
Yep.
Roll a religion check for me. Not with advantage or anything, just a normal religion check.
16.
You're looking, and it really doesn't look to be... I mean, it's just normal alleyway. A lot of, like I said, this city is very clean. So, like, even alleyways are pretty well kept. There's nothing out of the ordinary, really. But you get this underlying something from Adonis. That just feels like there's something more going on, but you don't know what it is. But, I mean, from what you can tell, there's nothing really. Adonis doesn't really ping you of anything, doesn't tell you anything. It just feels like an underlying something's not entirely right, but you know you're under a lot of pressure too, and Aymer is acting a little out of character because, I mean, he's having to change a lot. So...
Yeah. Tyrall will walk back to Aymer and stare down at him. You do know that if there is questions or doubts, you should not be going through them alone. You do have an actual saint to speak to, right?
Yes, I understand that.
And that half of my job of being back is to keep you accountable towards what you are actually here for. Which is why I know it seems like I'm being rude by double-checking everything that you do while you are gone. But also, if you are to rule this land, I have to make sure you are actually in fit mind and spirit to do it. So I'm sorry if I'm being harsh. But if you are trying to do something, you should probably ask for my help or guidance next time.
And what is it that you think I'm trying to do?
I think you are trying to find yourself. Is what I think you are doing. Because you have done something regarding to religion around here, although we cannot pick up on what. But what I am asking is that if you are going to do it again, maybe I can help. Because I will tell you, there is ways to do this wrong, and it does not end well. Because there is those that will deceive and make it seem right.
If it makes you feel any better, I didn't do anything or look for anything that had to do with religion. So.
Well, now you confuse me even more.
Well.
All I'm saying is I am the one that is to hold you accountable. So when Adonis starts getting weird feelings on things from where you've been off in an alley by yourself, it is going to concern me. Because I am responsible for this. Even though you think you are your own person, you are part of my job.
And he... being questioned seems to be not giving you much in the way that, I mean, he's still acting just enough off that you can't tell if he's acting off.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just enough where you're like, well, I am scrutinizing him. He's going through a lot. I'm going through a lot. Maybe it's just our stress kind of bumping heads. But he seems to not be buckling under your questioning, just more defensive and vague. You are in charge of a lot of things, Tyrall, and you are clearly in charge of this higher thing going on with the Maker. But sometimes you can't make decisions for everyone. And you are accountable, I understand, but sometimes we have to figure things out on our own.
And that may be true. But also you are going to be responsible for a lot more than yourself one day.
Right. One day. We take it every day at a time, though. Sometimes we just need a little bit of a break. And he does look a little... There's like a crack in a little bit of the demeanor when he says that.
And Tyrall will just look him over once. And he will just put his hand out. Just right in front of Aymer's face.
And he like... I understand you're bigger than me, and your hand really is. It's the size of this guy's head.
Yep.
And he's like, I understand you're bigger than me, but I don't understand if this is an intimidation tactic, or
And
if
he will mutter something under his breath.
And he's talking over you
Yep.
like he does.
That Aymer, I don't know, may or may not pick up on, because it is very high celestial, like what we speak in the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
And his hand just briefly glows, because he will cast Healing Word at level 1 on you, just in case.
Yeah. And usually when you cast things, you can either feel that it has been done or, or not, like, oh, this actually affected them or not. He doesn't seem to be injured physically in any way, so...
He'll just put his hand down.
And Aymer could tell that you were trying to heal him. He's like, I told you I didn't get in any fights. Did you not believe me?
Aymer, whenever you go out by yourself in the middle of the night...
I understand it's odd.
Yes, I know. But anyways, we've left Brok by himself.
For a very long time, though he was sleeping when I left, so he might still just be getting good rest.
We've also left him by himself for the first time.
We were all
Ever.
alone, really, for the first time here. In a while.
We left Brok alone for the first time ever.
Oh. You're right. And he looks like there's an because he's so caught up in the idea of Brok being alone for the first time by himself, there is an overwhelming, you can see clearly, an overwhelming wash of guilt that comes over him. And he's like, oh. And he looks like he's trying to say something to himself, and then he holds it, and he's like, yeah, we better go. And he definitely looks more fidgety now. He's very not comfortable. And so he books it back. Like he's speed walking, jogging.
Aymer takes off, and Tyrall takes one step, and he stops. He goes back into the alleyway, and he goes back to where he's pretty sure Aymer was. He just casts Hollow Ground, and then walks away. Whatever he did, Tyrall is making sure everything's good
Yeah.
in this area
Understandable.
before he leaves.
Understandable. Gotta be safe. So, yeah. We can either take a break here, because it's 3:20, or we can continue on and take a break after we meet back up with Brok in the morning. Because I'm sure by this point, although technically we wouldn't meet up because...
Brok's on his way to the
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean. Because I think this is a good place, because they're going back to the inn to see you, but you've already left because you were awake early enough to leave super early to go back to go see Isolde. So it would be kind of like we're breaking off from this and going back to you to go to the tailor and then go see Isolde.
Yeah, we can go on break. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Ice cream.
And go get ice cream!
Ice cream from Geeked Out.
Woo!
Ice cream.
We're back.
We're here. You mean to tell me that we left, walked to a place, got food, arts and crafts, ice cream, and then walked back?
Yeah.
I spent money.
She got the Marauder.
I didn't even put things together, but I saw the Havoc Marauder and I had to get it.
Clone Force 99.
We don't get enough Bad Batch stuff. We get a lot of Star Wars stuff, but it's so basic Star Wars stuff that when I saw that, I was like, I must consume this. But yeah, we got that. I got my dice tray as we were walking back up to the studio.
Yep. It arrived just in time.
And I rolled a nat 20, the first roll.
Yeah.
You get the extra power if you put Saitama underneath.
Ooh.
There we go.
She's gonna be unstoppable.
You guys are gonna die.
It's been a good break.
really has
I've bought
been.
paints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Courtney's bought a Marauder.
Yeah.
You got a milkshake.
I got an
Milkshake,
ice cream
yeah.
cone.
got an ice cream cone. I got sorbet and an energy drink.
Yeah.
Man, it's nice having like Geek Out Cafe upscale hobbies. Every other Saturday they'll
Yes.
take all our money.
They will.
And they got business cards now too from us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So now all these weird little people can be like, "Ooh, what's this?" Scan the QR code, and they can
And
tell
that's
us
the
where
good
they
thing
found
about
it.
nerds, is they're inquisitive. If something grabs their eye, they'll be like, "What's this?" And then they'll be like, "Oh, it was a D&D group that gave us that." And if they're cool enough, they will scan the QR code.
If they
Yeah.
are cool enough.
So
Or I mean, the cards have all of our
all of our
Yeah.
social
socials,
stuff on it.
Yes, they
Yep.
do.
The icons on there, so they can be like, "Oh, hey, look! It says it's on YouTube. Let me look that up."
Yeah.
Hey, these guys are freaking awesome.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! I like get an aneurysm from how cool it is.
There's like a million nerds out there going, he did shocking graphs through his armor. Can he do this? And then it sparks this whole like
Debate
Reddit.
online. Yeah, it's a whole Reddit, a hashtag Reddit. Tyrall starts a
Patrick's-
whole.
Yeah, Tyrall.
It would be
upsets
Tyrall.
the foundation of D&D.
It would be Tyrall that would do that.
It is a heavily homebrewed setting.
But that's the argument.
And the argument is that the rule of cool exists, and the DM thought it would be cool. So therefore,
And
it
it's
blew the
become
DM's mind.
canonical.
Touch.
It is touch, so
It
yeah.
is
But then they'd be like, well, it was touching through his. He wasn't touching him; he was touching his armor. So could that work?
Metal
but yes,
is
it's a conduit.
conductive.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
conduit. That's the whole point. And then you have to go into like, well, it's obsidian armor specifically used for priests who use spells, so they would know that they would use those kind of spells. So it would be a specific conduit metal.
Obsidian is not
No, but what
conductive.
I'm saying
But you know
is-
what? It's highly conductive. Gold. And you know what that armor's trimmed in?
Yeah.
Gold.
And also, we don't know what it looked like on the inside. It could be plated in gold on the inside,
Because
which I believe.
computer
that-
chips and all that have gold in them and all that because it is an extremely good conduit for electricity.
Makes sense.
So I'm sure that it was coated in that.
Yep. We only use copper and household stuff because it's cheap. If you want the
Yeah.
really good, like, if you get an extension cord with gold
Oh, yeah, it's expensive,
wiring
too.
in it, dude, I mean, it costs you like 40 grand.
Yeah.
But
it's
you would
expensive.
have no drop. You'd have all the electricity, all the amperage.
So that's what we're wiring the studio with.
no,
Jonas, you ready to drop that?
Nope.
no.
Anyway,
Anyways,
just
Brock's
before the
going to
break,
Taylor.
yep, we had Tyrall come up to Aymer, find him in
Yeah.
town that's pretty dead, but still a couple of people walking around. And he was doing nothing suspicious, but also something suspicious. Tyrall was very sussed out by it.
Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. And Aymer was very suspicious to Tyrall. Aymer wasn't really doing anything suspicious, but Tyrall is very sussed out by it.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is why Tyrall is sussed out by it, because Aymer wasn't really doing anything suspicious.
Yes. And Tyrall the whole time is like, my charge is out here in the middle of the night
My
doing something
charge.
that I can't pick up on. And I'm kind of responsible for him, but kind of not, but am, but not. And he's not really telling me what he did, but it was something.
Yep. And he said, you don't have to know everything, do you? Which didn't help.
No, it didn't.
But he did also say that he wasn't doing anything religious, but that also did not help.
No. As
But-
far as I know, he just went, all right, here's just a little bit of Coke.
That's really funny.
Oh, that takes the edge off.
But Brok was left alone,
He was.
and he had quite the experience when left alone.
Yes, he did.
So,
Unfortunately for Brok.
so Aymer booked it back once Tyrall made it clear that he was indeed left alone. And Aymer felt very guilty and rushed back. Tyrall stayed behind for a second to hallow the ground, just in case Aymer did anything sussy. And we are now back to Brok at the tailor's early in the morning. Unless,
Brok.
Brok, you got anything? Okay. Going back to the tailor's? Not doing anything
Yes.
else? Okay.
Nope. Heading to the tailor's.
So you go into the tailor's. It's a human man. And he's very obviously finely dressed, obviously with like the tape around his shoulders and everything. It's a very nice upscale store, and when you walk in, he comes from around the counter. Can I help you?
Good morning, sir. As you can see, I've been on the road for quite a while.
So it would
And-
seem.
I just need something nice.
Something nice. Do you have any particular style you're looking for?
I was hoping that you could help me with that.
If you have no other direction than that, then
Just
that is my job.
just something very simple and just nice. Think of it as like your almost like your Sunday's best, if you will.
I'm sure I can find something for you. Come with me. And he takes you more closer to the back, where like the specific tailor room is. Stands you up on a little pedestal, and this is the nicest you have ever been. Ever. Ever been. There's 3 or 4 different mirrors. They're all kind of lined up, so you can see every angle of your new form. And he starts to pick out a couple of different things, asks you what you need, what specifically you do, and what you're looking to express with your clothing. It's a lot of different questions that you're like, these are questions Aymer should answer.
Well, I'm on the road a lot. I guess maneuverability would be nice.
So flexibility, we can do that.
Yeah.
What else is it that you're regularly doing? Who are you traveling with? Are you with a specific company? Are you with by yourself?
I am traveling with a priest.
Oh.
And a noble, so you know, I need to look, you know, just presentable to match
Interesting.
their.
And he's doing this as he's measuring you, you know, finding fabrics, that sort of stuff. So priest, that's rather interesting. And you said a noble. I don't know of any nobles that travel with priests. What is this noble's name?
Oh, he's the best. He's a wonderful lad. You might have heard of him, actually.
Perhaps. I do help a lot of nobles here, there, couple of
His
areas.
name is Aymer Wilhelm.
Interesting. And he kind of steps back forward, like he wants to say something.
I
He's
know.
very curious.
I know. He has grown quite a lot over the past couple years. Not height-wise, mind you.
No, of course not. And he's a pretty lean, he's like a skinny, tall pencil of a man. So when he says that, he means it. He's probably 6 foot, you know, 5'10" in that area. So he's like, I believe it. It's just odd that he would be traveling with a priest. And traveling around company that isn't, you know, interesting in other ways. And he's doing all of this while measuring.
Yes, I know. But he's grown so much.
I find that very difficult to believe, but if you seem to believe it yourself, I suppose I'll take your word for it. I'm not one to gossip. He definitely looks like the kind of man to gossip.
Oh, yeah.
He says it in a tone that how most gossips would say they don't gossip. But since you've made it known that you're friends with him, he does keep his mouth shut. He's a very smart man. But he gets you all of the things that you need. Gets you a pair of shoes, pair of pants, underwear, yes, and a nice tunic. Are you looking for like a vest or anything like that, or is it just like a tunic you're trying to get?
Yeah, just a tunic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And he gets all that stuff for you. You will wear it out of the store, of course. He does step back after you're fully dressed and is like, at some point, since you are traveling with Duke Wilhelm, he used to be known for his upscale look, so perhaps if he is doing better, you should get him to help you with your... And he just gestures mildly to your face and hair.
Yes, I had intended to get his aid this morning, but he was already out and about.
Well, perhaps later then. That will fully complete your more cleaned up look.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, so about the funds, do you have money on you?
Yes.
How much?
I have 160 gold.
If you say that Duke Wilhelm is a better man, I will take the 160 gold you have and whatever he has left, because the linens you're wearing are rather expensive.
I see. I think that would be just fine. It's not like he hasn't done this before.
He just kind of sticks his hand out. Thank you. And if you don't come back with my money, I'm sure that we will meet again. It's
course.
underlyingly threatening, but not in a rude way. More just like a "don't scam me, I'll find you" sort of way.
No.
Understand that Duke Wilhelm is very easy to find.
Yes, he is. Yes, you have my assurance, sir.
Wonderful. Then I shall see you hopefully soon again.
And thank you. Sincerely.
He looks a little like put off by, not put off, but unsettled by the overabundance of thank you, because it just seemed, in his line of work, it's just normal that you do it, people say thanks, and then they leave. You're experiencing all of this sort of stuff for the first time, so it's a different experience for you, and it seems more emotional for you, and he's like, it's just clothing, but you're welcome.
And Brok just kind of smiles and, have a good day.
You as well.
And, Brok heads out. And, he makes his way to the manor. Unless the door's open.
No. No. It takes a few minutes, but a different, I'll say a maid, comes and answers the door. And it's let's say a half-elven woman. Oh, you are from yesterday, I think I saw?
Yes,
Didn't seem that Lady Isolde had a very good ending with you. Did you wish to see her again?
yes, I, have been sent on behalf of, Mr. Wilhelm to, apologize and, try to make amends.
Oh. And then she opens the door a little bit further and lets you in, and as she's shutting it looks like she's thinking to herself, and she's like... She kind of steps a little closer. She's very, like, small with her mannerisms, and she keeps her hands closed. She's like, are you one of her... call-ins?
Oh, no. Thank you, though.
This looks very normal for her. She's
Yes.
very not uncomfortable by this, because she just didn't want to say it out loud.
No,
Oh, so you really are here just on behalf of Duke Wilhelm?
indeed.
Oh.
Is she available this morning?
Yes, if you follow me.
May I use the restroom here real quick, just to freshen
Yes.
up real quick?
Of course, I will go let her know that you are here.
Oh, thank you.
And she trots upstairs and pulls up her little dress and trots upstairs. Goes to the room, lets her know, and you go off to the bathroom. What is it that you are doing in the bathroom?
Go in there, because you said that he handed me the clothes, correct?
No, you wore them out.
Okay, so I do have them on.
Yes.
But
You
I
are
am
wearing
going,
them.
Yeah, I am going to kind of do my best to fix my hair, which I have no idea what I'm doing.
No. Yeah, and I'm sure that there's probably like brushes in there just for people to use,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm sure you're like, comb, brush, toothbrush. I'm sure these
one's-
all are used on hair, but how?
This one looks too small, so I'll put that one
I've seen
away.
Aymer use 3 different of these, 2 different of these, and then he has a big brush that he uses on his tail, but I don't have a tail. Yeah.
And so I just use the comb, and I'm like,
It's matted and it's rough. It's not because you don't take care of it, but also you don't take care of it. You all don't really, and he's really not shown you how to yet.
yeah.
And he's not really had time to do it for you. So
But it looks a little better.
yeah, at least there's not flyaways.
yes,
As many.
Okay. All right.
I'm sure if you put it in a bun, it won't look as bad.
And he looks in the mirror. You got this.
That's so cute. He's a human now.
And he'll step out. He kind of pauses for a second because he's like, do I head there? Because I remember where it is. Or do I wait for her to come back and get me.
It's also her bedroom. So just
And so he stands there for a good 5-10 minutes waiting to see if the maid comes back.
and she does. She comes back. And she gestures for you to follow her up the stairs because she's at the top of the stairs. And she takes you down the same hallway, but she doesn't take you to the same room. She takes you down the hallway and then down another hallway. And down that hallway is a set of 2 doors. And when she opens one of them, because they're fairly large doors, most of the doors are. It's a older manor, but still very nice, just like the rest of the city. And when she opens one of the doors, it's a really nice, like, grand study. And there's a nice fireplace, and she's sitting in one of, like, the really nice love seats, a little bit larger than that, but not a full-size couch. There's a couple of chairs sitting around and all of that. And she looks like she has a cup of something, tea, coffee, whatever it is. And she's reading a book. And she looks a little more dressed down than when you all first saw her, but still very nice dress. Just more casual.
Yeah.
And the maid doesn't go in. She's just like, she's waiting for you.
And yeah, along the way, Brok is chatting up the maid. Like,
Oh, yeah.
How are you today? You know, how's your week been?
And
Everything
yeah,
going?
she's very friendly. She's like, oh, just the usual around the castle and getting flowers, making sure that it all is upkept, and Lady Isolde has been acting different recently, and just normal conversation.
And then yeah, as she lets me in, oh, thank you very much. You're doing great.
Thank you. And she bows her head a couple of times, and then closes the giant door behind you. Boom.
And Brok walks up, not up to her, but he just kind of walks forwards a bit and good morning.
And I'm sure you're a little jarred by the sound of your voice in this large room. It doesn't echo in the way that there's not anything there, but it just echoes in the way that it's a large room. And so your voice, while you're trying to be, I'm sure, soft or something, not to startle her, you think, it still comes out a lot louder than you're expecting. But she doesn't jolt or anything. She doesn't look up, and she just says, I didn't expect to have another visitor again.
Oh, yes, my apologies, especially coming in so early. Is it all right if I sit?
And she just gestures to one of the seats. Of course. I suppose we are friends now. You can sit wherever you'd like.
And I'll go kind of sit across from her so we can, be facing.
Yeah, because the couch is kind of catty-cornered to the fireplace. It's more facing, and then there's like a chair and another maybe small couch seat. And there's like a coffee table in the middle.
And he sits down, he rubs his hands together.
And she looks very more casual in, like, she has her legs up on the couch. I mean, you can't really tell. You can kind of tell because her dress is over her legs, but you can't really see how she's sitting. She's just chilling.
And Brok has on a very nice navy blue tunic.
He looks so handsome.
Probably, nice black
Jonas is picking colors.
slacks.
This is a big deal.
With very nice and shiny black shoes to match.
He looks so handsome.
He looks very dapper.
Oh, I'm
and
dying
then with his
inside.
red hair, the blue just really helps make it pop.
And his olive skin, the man is gorgeous. Jonas is picking colors. Not only Brok has grown, but Jonas has grown.
crafting.
I know.
I know. This was really hard for me.
Oh, Jonas.
Next thing you know, you'll be painting miniatures and train with me.
Oh, no.
Next thing you know, you'll be building your character off of what they look like first.
No, no. No way,
Oh,
Jose. Yes, I just wanted to check up on you and see how things got a bit out of hand yesterday, and Tyrall has a way of shaking one's foundation.
It was something I was not expecting. That's very true. And she looks up at you, and you can tell she looks over, and just the smallest little smile, and she's like, "You've changed."
Thank you. It was definitely time for an upgrade.
Yesterday was not something I'm very used to. Being challenged in the way that your friend seemed to challenge me. But over the night, I thought about it a lot. And I appreciate it. A lot of people have not dared to challenge me in a long time, and in that challenge also show that they care. So it was nice to have a true sense of caring around me, even from a Wilhelm.
Yes, Aymer is very special.
You can say that again. Special in very many ways.
Oh, yes. And it's what I adore about him. He cares for people so much. He takes things a bit too hard on himself. Definitely learning that his father was involved in all this, it has shaken him.
I can imagine. And I've seen... Oh, it sounds odd to say, but I've seen him grow up. He didn't have the best... Though he had the best, he didn't have what he should have. So
I know what you mean.
I can't be so hard on him. But I can understand him taking it a little bit harder than he should. It would be jarring to hear that your father has taken over an entire city and used the governor of that city for sexual favors. It would be very difficult to take.
Yes.
How do you look anything up on this place?
And Brok kind of shifts a bit, and he's... I also wanted to talk to you about yesterday.
And the book is still in her lap, but she's more just like leaning on the side of the couch with her arm, her head on her hand, just looking at you. Like she has a good way of showing that she's very invested in a conversation, which is a very charming trait she has.
Yes, I just wanted to say, it's hot in
She looks at the
here.
fireplace and looks at you. Would you like for me to turn down the fire? You seem to be warm.
No, if you're fine, my lady, then I'll be all right.
She looks entirely amused by you being unsettled.
It's about the advances you made towards me yesterday.
Forgive me if I made you uncomfortable. It's my...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And he is beet red.
Yeah, even with how dark he is, yep.
I really
But she
just
looks thoroughly amused.
I really just wanted to say thank you. I have not always been the semi-confident man that you see today.
And she just shrugs a little. How sad.
Quite. And I felt feelings that I haven't felt for a very long time. And it's quite scary, actually. But I'm very glad that I do feel them again. And
as you're saying this, she closes her book and puts it aside and kind of just puts her legs back down on the ground. Tell me these feelings that you have.
oh, well, they are of the romantic persuasion.
Persuasion.
And I'm just so happy that I am able to feel them. And I know why you were doing it. It wasn't, it was more of a game for you, but it just really means a lot to me that you noticed me. You saw me.
As spiritual as an experience as it was for you, clearly, I must say you are one to stand out. Your hair is very interesting.
Thank you.
And though your merry band with Aymer is very unique, I didn't go for the priest first. Granted, I didn't know he was a priest at first. I mean, his wardrobe kind of gave it away, but it was a game. And she looks like she's contemplating something. But now that you're here and I've thought about it, you are rather cute. And she looks like she means it. Like she's being sweet, but also she thinks it's funny that you're so riled up by this, that it's such a spiritual thing for you. And for you to be so honored by my attention is also very new for me. I'm not used to it being such an important event for my attention to be so excitable.
I'm somewhat sad to hear that. You are an angel incarnate. You are beautiful. There's no words that I can say in all the tongues of men and elves that can do your beauty justice.
She is now like, she looks like the one that's like confused and nervous. Oh, well, I think you're probably taking it a little far now. You don't have to swoon me anymore. Your genuineness from before is very, does it on its own. Words don't need to go that far.
And as she's talking, Brok gets up and approaches her and kind of comes up, kind of kneels a bit before her, and
Brok is so forward.
and
He's being very
he very shakily goes and takes her hand, and no, you are amazing. And I just wanted you to know that you are. With what you have gone through, It would be so easy to be lost.
Well, it's not as if I have everything figured out, but... And while she looks like she's endeared by this, you can tell that there's still a measure of caution. Especially as you're touching her, holding her hands. But I'm trying to handle it with grace. It's difficult, but no one else can do it, so I must.
And then Brok gets even more red when he notices that he's holding her hand. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry for being so forward. This is new to me."
I can tell. It's rather new to me that you have such trepidation to touch me. Usually men do not.
And he'll kind of stand up, back off a bit, and well, I'm glad that you're doing as all right as one can in such times.
As well as one could assume, yes. And I appreciate that you came to check on me. I don't get that measure of kindness very often. Especially after I fake throw you all out for you to come back. Very bold of you.
Yes, I
And by yourself, unless Aymer is outside.
no. Yes, he was already out and about by the time I got up this morning, and so I ventured on my own. I did have to ask him the night before if it would be all right if I came to see you.
I am sure he's very protective of you.
And I him.
He needs that.
We both do.
And it's like she abruptly stands up from being sat down, and you all are very close because there's only so much room. And I think I said she was like 5'5" or something like that, 5'7". She's
yeah.
average or a little shorter than average for a woman, especially an elven woman. And she's looking up at you, and she's very casual about the whole thing. And then she just turns away and walks over to where her study is. So, your friend gave me this book, and she picks up the meaty Bible that she was given, and she walks over and she tosses it onto the couch, and she handles it with a lot more casualness than Tyrall does.
Oh, yeah.
But not in a disrespectful way, just casual. She's like,
Yes.
and I've read through most of it already, and it is very, dark. Have you read it?
And Brok will pull out his smaller version.
And she sees it. Well, I suppose you're not supposed to be a priest, huh?
It would appear so. But I've had to ask Tyrall about some of the things as I've been reading through. I haven't gotten very far, but there is some darkness, but I mean, that makes sense, right? You can't have light without the dark.
Indeed. And you can tell, like, she's standing next to you. You can tell where she's read to, and she's like, she's almost finished. Like, she is more than halfway through
Yeah.
it.
Nice. And from what I overheard, you were planning on becoming a priestess.
It wasn't something that I was planning on. Apparently this is something your friend believes is what my path was. I was not told that I was to become some priestess, especially for a
yes.
maker I did not know existed or believed in. My family were not religious people, except to praise Odin and the All-Mother for whatever we had at the moment. But otherwise, we just went about our days. As we
we
did.
are similar in that regard, then. Yeah, well, except the Odin part.
Curiously, how did you come into, traveling with, one, a priest, which I'm also curious about, but also Aymer?
Where to begin?
And it looks like even though she was cautious because you were touching her, she doesn't have any sense of personal space. So she's a lot closer to you, standing next to you,
Yes.
than she really means. Does she really even kind of recognizes herself? But just casual for her. Like, you guys are almost touching forearms pretty much, and she's just looking up at you. So how did you come in his company?
Well, I guess we'll just dive right into it, I suppose. I tried to pickpocket him.
You,
Yes, I
Aymer.
did. I know. I did not come from a notable family, definitely not a wealthy one. And I was out on my own, and I was trying to find a man of knowledge.
Oh, and I'm sure that Aymer was very that for you at the moment, wasn't he?
He definitely caught my eye.
As he does with most people.
He...
Have you seen him?
I have, in all his glory. But he strolled down that marketplace like he owned it.
As he does, yes.
And I was captivated by him, his confidence, his bravery. And I was not of the best mind back then, and I needed coin. And his pouch was just hanging off the belt, so I went for it, and it did not go my way.
No, I'm sure, being a drug lord, that he is very close to his coin. So it probably didn't budge at all, did it?
No, it
No.
was... It was foolproof, if you
Yes.
will.
For all of Aymer's tricks and flamboyancy, he is very streetwise.
Oh, very much so. He...
You respect him an awful lot, don't you?
I do. He's been like a father to me. I've been lucky enough, the Maker blessed me with two. My father, he taught me how to survive. And then my second one, he taught me how to thrive. And I know we couldn't give you complete assurances about your safety and all this, but you just have to put your faith in somebody else, and it changes everything.
It is difficult, especially with the attachment that he has to people who have hurt me. But there really is no other course of action. I have no other thing to have hope in or believe in. So if I must put it in something, it would seem serendipitous to put it in another Wilhelm. Even if it is by the Maker's plan.
Very understandable.
And seeing how you care about Aymer, and how he has supposedly changed your life, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now look at this. And she just leans over and grabs a book and like flips through some pages, and she starts showing you like some of the most graphic things in here. She's like, I can't believe that this is what I'm supposed to do now. Like she's goes through it with you,
Oh
shows you
my.
some things.
Yes,
and-
that sounds like a Tyrall question.
She's, you can tell because what she does is she keeps you there because she doesn't, it seems she doesn't have a lot of people that she talks to like this. She's very much like, and look at this, and then like shows you these things. She's a nerd. She's a huge, and like nobody, you can tell nobody usually sees this because she's going through things and she won't shut up, and she's showing you like in here and then in here and then in this book, like, and she knows where all of them are and the exact indexes of them, like, and
Oh my,
she's cross-referencing things.
You really studied this.
Well, it's really all I do in my pastime, except for things I hope to not do much of anymore, but
No, we will not speak of ill things. This is a good day.
yes. Meanwhile, Aymer and Tyrall are coming back to the inn,
Oh, yeah.
trying to find the
The child
romance boy.
may
so-
be romancing up a governor.
We run back, which is really funny to me.
It's like, I got shiny red hair. I am unstoppable.
Got pretty blue eyes, nice tan skin, and pretty red hair. Let's do this.
Just
Yeah.
She thought I was cute.
Yeah.
Did you see
she's-
my underwear?
Do you
Did you want to?
I know your name. Really? You're Patrick Starr. That's Brok right now.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Aymer has obviously beat you there because he's running
yeah.
and you're walking. Which, to be fair, your stride, if Aymer was just jogging, would probably keep up to Aymer, but Aymer's really quick and he's running. But by the time you get there, he's already running up the steps into the room.
Ooh, the door's broken.
It is! And Aymer has no idea that you're the one that did it. So Aymer gets to the door before you do, and he's panicking. Like, he's in the room, and he's like, oh my god, they took him, and I don't know, oh my god, who took him? Who would have taken him? Somebody would have taken him, right? Right, somebody.
Aymer.
And he's like throwing things around, trying to find any kind of clues, like where
Aymer.
Brok went.
Aymer.
What? Why are you acting so normal about this?
Because I broke the door.
And then he kind of stops, and he has like a blanket in hand and like shoes or pillows in the other, and he just drops them. You broke the door.
When I came back, I was very excited to tell you that Boulder may still be alive, and I may have been a little forceful with the door in my haste to tell you the news.
He just puts his hands on the back of his hips. And he taps his foot for a minute. Just a moment. I'm processing my anger. Give me a moment. Measures of grace, right? Measures of grace. So he's fine.
I assume he's gone off to meet with the governess.
Oh, what time is it? And he pulls out his pocket watch. Oh! Yeah, probably.
Yes, probably. But that begs the question, what are we going to do?
Well, we could do a couple of things. We could go and stock up on supplies, or we could go and eat. I've not eaten yet. And he looks out the window about mid-morning, and it's probably 7, 8 in the morning now. They still have breakfast downstairs. He was not paying attention. He wanted to make sure that his brother was good. So we could do something like that, or
I say we grab a bite to eat while walking. We do need to get more potions.
true.
And probably decent light sources. And rope for those of you that cannot fly.
Why?
Because we're going underground.
Oh, meow. Thought you were trying to harness us and fly.
No.
And I was like, that's not happening.
No.
No.
No, for, repelling
Yes, well, I
down
understand
mine
now.
shafts,
Yes.
giant crevasses. Not
Crevasses.
plummeting to our death in the bowels of the earth.
Crevasses. He's just repeating crevices and crevasses to himself. It's an interesting way to say it. Yes, that is a good idea. Yes.
So let's go get a Danish and be on our way to the stores.
Yeah. Food.
Food on the way to the stores. Then whenever we're done shopping, we can go wait outside the manor grounds for Brok.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
All right.
And while
One
we're gone,
Danish,
they can
two Danish.
help our door out.
I've already paid for the damages.
Wonderful. Hopefully they will fix that while we're gone then.
Do you think Brok will remember to give her the holly font, or will he just sit there and stare at her?
Probably the latter.
Yes.
We shouldn't expect much out of him, being around a beautiful woman who came on to him for the first time ever in history. And also he's a man, so...
For the first time ever in history.
Exactly.
Should we have let him go by himself?
No. Well, yes. Only because I trust her a little bit more now, after her conversion. But also because he's a grown man and he kind of needs to fill out the world by himself.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But anyways...
And who better to teach him how to be better about things than you? Overcoming his worldly,
Yes, but
fleshly
I'm not
desires.
there.
No, but I'm just saying in general.
Yes, but perhaps we should have had that talk before he went there by himself.
Well, I mean, you kind of touched on it.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of and actually saying it is two different things.
Well, to be fair, I have told him that women break your heart.
Yeah.
And he does have my journal, and there's very interesting things in there about heartbreak. So I'm sure that he's very wary.
Okay, as long as you say. But first up on the docket, health potions.
Yes. Health potions. He just grabs like a couple of danishes. And as you all are walking... Ooh, I just kicked that, my bad. As you all are walking around the city, going to an apothecary here and there, getting supplies, he kind of seems like he wants to breach a subject, but he doesn't really know how to.
Aymer, whatever it is, you can just say it no matter how ridiculous it sounds.
Have you thought about your family at all since you've come back?
Only a few times.
Flint said something interesting at one point that I
About
don't...
my father being part of the queue.
Yeah. Did you know about that?
Not until after I was dead.
Mm.
But also, everything was pretty much shielded from me until I was at the circle. I kind of didn't exist.
Before you didn't, and you don't now, which I suppose you don't really have to now, but, you still have the same memories. Never really talked about your family before. I was just curious.
Well, there wasn't much to say. Through my adolescence, for the first 50 years, I didn't exist. To say the least. I was the third child, where they only had room in usefulness for two. One to carry on in my father's footsteps, and one to marry off to another powerful family.
Right.
I just existed.
I understand that. In a way, Magnus was kind of the same thing. He looked like me, didn't really talk like me, but he looked enough like me to just be a stand-in for me. Didn't really have his own use, so unless he was being useful in being me for a day, he didn't exist.
Yes. But I was kept in back rooms with maids and nurses whenever the family would leave on trips for my father's businesses.
Yeah.
I would stay behind, as where my brother and sister would go with them. I only got to sit at meals with the family on the end days of the week, and then only for dinner. I was kept a few chair lengths down, because that was whenever we had company over. And once they figured out that they had my brother and sister's positions secured, and they would be taking on their own responsibilities, they wanted a lighter load at home. So I was shipped off.
Conscripted. At a very young
They
age.
said shipped off, but conscripted is the right word. Of course, for an elf, 50 is the youngest age that they will take you into the circle.
Equivalents of like 10, really.
Yes. And then once they shipped me off, I never heard from them again. When it was time for me to start giving my own sermons, I sent letters to invite them. Them being the Odin followers that they were, us being in Jupiter.
Yeah.
They came to all services except for those. When my brother actually sat down to get married, I sent them a letter saying it would be wonderful to service my family and perform the rituals. I didn't even get an invite.
Oh.
When a little bit of, let's just say, a revolt happened from some of the peasantry around the lands that my father occupied, and I got word of it from other means, and I sent them letters saying that I could be of service. Instead, they called to the paladins. Anything that they could to pretend I didn't exist.
Avoid you at all cost.
Yes.
Yeah. I can understand why you don't talk about them much then.
No, there's very little memories of actually being around them.
Yeah. I understand that. Sorry I pried, it was just curiosity, I guess. Got a lot on my mind, so I thought I would clear that up a little. In fairness, you and I haven't had a moment to really be by ourselves to speak, so... And in some way, I feel as if we are brothers, and in other ways, I feel as if I don't know you at all. So, you know. I know Brok, right side from backside at this point, so I thought it appropriate to at least answer some of my questions that I had about you.
Well, just remember, all you have to do is ask. At this point, if I am to be a sort of advisor to you, there's no point in me holding anything back, especially since most of what you are going to be asking about is about somebody that actually died.
Yeah, that's weird. Does that not feel weird to you?
No, it does not. Because in a sense, this feels normal as where the other existence felt off.
And this isn't to sound rude, but you seem like a very detached person. Is this by nature for you?
If I were to live my life bound to the emotions as deeply as you and Brok are, most of the places we would go would not exist after we left.
I suppose that's fair.
The only way for me to serve this realm is to be detached from my own emotions and to only try to channel the emotions of the Maker.
Does that not feel hollow sometimes? Is that difficult?
It does, and it is very difficult.
I mean, because if I were you, I really don't have anybody else to go to. I have Brok, other than you. But you have Delilah. She would welcome you with open arms if that's what you wanted. And I can't imagine being in your position of having to stay on the road constantly and answer to some higher power over going to the comfort of a home, an actual home.
'Tis the burden for now. When this whole ordeal is done, it is time to actually set up the structure of the churches, things will be different. Because at that point, I will not have to travel with a group of a fighting force. I can travel with a more relaxed group of the ones of, well, my own choosing. Not that I haven't chose to stay with you all.
Well, you didn't choose us to begin with. The Viscount didn't even choose us for you. Dark Forest did, really.
Yes, but now I actually choose to stay with you all.
Understandable.
But in the future, yes, I won't have to just travel with you two. I could take a retinue with me, whoever I want. So this is only for a limited time that I travel without those that I can be the most open with. Also, it still takes a long time to change one's more basic instincts.
Yeah.
Because there is still that fire in me that would still level this city if I believed it was necessary. And let's be honest here. Necessary and just compulsiveness is two different things.
Yeah, it's true. Do you think you will go back to Delilah at some point? Do you want to? I mean, man to man, not holy godly being to tiny fox man. Do you miss her? Do you want to go back to her? Is that something you want?
Man to man, I would like to go back to see what her decisions have become. Godly being, as I am to tiny little fox man, I will tell you it is not entirely up to me. Because what you do forget is that if I start acting on my own impulses, I'm only here by his will. And I am naturally belonging to the heavens at this point, and can
Yes.
be yanked away at any moment.
I suppose having some type of physical tie to the physical realm would make it difficult to leave at any moment.
It is difficult, but also, the priesthood of the Maker is not like that of Odin.
This music is so weird, I'm sorry.
It is within my purview, with the Maker's will,
Sure.
to have and start a family if I would like, to have a place to settle down, but also, as being the leader of this new religion, there will be times where I will have to leave all of that for long periods of times.
Yeah.
To set up churches, to set up priesthoods in other areas, probably to come back here as the start to set up a new priesthood. Well, under a priestess, if I should say so. Although on that trip, probably would bring Delilah. She probably would not like me being here by myself. for
Probably
that.
not. Though, if she's going to be on this trek of ideas, if Isolde is going to be a governess, or a priestess, I don't know if she's going to continue being a governess, though. I mean, you can't really do both, right?
That is not up to me.
No,
it is
but
up to a viscount. On if he wants the separation or not.
right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So apothecaries, right? He just immediately cuts off conversation, kind of just goes like a step or two ahead of you.
Yes, health potions, Aymer.
You all go
Lots
to
of health potions.
the nearest apothecary.
Because Lord knows if health potions are the same in the Underdark.
Yeah. And also he has no idea that this tailor is gonna want money from him, so he's just buying health potions. Hopefully we'll have the money to pay that tailor. But, yep. So I would say, Brok, you're probably gone for majority of the day. until mid-afternoon, late afternoon, 3,
Yeah,
something
two,
like
two
that.
or 3.
What would you like to be doing at this point, Tyrall? I know, depends on what you're doing, Tyrall, but Aymer, you know what? You still have your stuff to bless. Did you want to do that?
I was going to do that after we got done shopping.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
now
while we were waiting for Brok.
Yeah, now we're at the point where we're pretty much waiting for Brok.
Okay. How many potions can I get?
Roll me a d4. Not a d4. Sorry. No, yeah, a d4.
Ooh.
I was trying to decide between d4 and a d6.
Because I would like to get some superiors. Because, we're chunky boys now.
Okay, roll me a d4 and then roll me a d20.
That's a 3.
Okay.
Combined with an 11.
Okay. So you got a 3 and then an 11. So I'm saying that you can probably get 1 superior and then let's say 2 regular. And 11's not very high.
Mm-hmm.
So just 2 regular potion of healings.
Yeah, and then a superior. 1 superior. Because you rolled a 3, so you got 3 potions. And 11's not very high, so.
All right.
You may
So
try
yes.
again another day if you'd like.
After all of that, what?
I said you may try it again another day if you'd like.
So after all that, yes, whenever we get outside of the manor.
Oh, take away like 50 gold, by the way.
Yeah. I guess I should pay for this stuff, right?
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, let's pay the people. Wow, something tells me you got shafted on your clothes.
He went to a tailor. He specifically tailored those clothes and underwear
Yeah.
and shoes.
Shoes, yeah.
And Brok said your Sunday best, which to be fair is different for some people. And what he got was still very nice stuff. He
Yes.
didn't get regal top of the line clothing,
That is true.
but he did get very nice clothes and also tailored. It's not like he just bought them
Yeah.
from somewhere.
No,
These
it
were
was-
tailored clothes.
It was just.
Yeah. And he didn't say how much more from the 150.
Yeah,
It
and-
could be like 2 gold, really. but-
And Brok has also never done it before, especially by himself.
Yep. I'm sure, honestly, if Aymer went with you, you either would have gotten it cheaper or you would have gotten it for free because this place is run by the Wilhelms.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that is not the right potion that got added. Oh, D&D Beyond. Why don't you like me?
You know what you could do?
no.
You...
Jonas, shut up. I love you, but also shut up. No. However, I will say that thing is pretty cool. That little book is pretty cool.
It is, yeah.
Oh, speaking of little books, this doesn't get me anything, but on TikTok.
Yeah, Courtney got a doodad.
I
Yeah.
can't open my book.
If she can get
Too
it.
bad I don't have the rest of my papers from them.
I got something from the Rook and the Raven off TikTok, and it's pretty sweet. We will have it linked on our TikTok, so if you want to buy it, you can, and we also get cash for that, so you should do that. But I mean, it's an RPG DM planner, and dude, it is so cool.
Yeah,
it has
there's-
all these things in it that is super helpful. Like, I think my favorite part is something I didn't even think about. Not just like groups and cultures and stuff like that, but you get each specific page, you can have a pantheon and like the timeline of their events and their worship rituals, their holy days,
Ooh, yeah.
their alignments, their names, their titles, their domains, and then you have the hierarchy of them. Like, there's a page for the hierarchy of the pantheons, so like you can have them in a hierarchy,
Ooh,
which
very
is so
nice.
cool, and it's all super like quick to get to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very awesome.
Yeah, I
Like-
really enjoyed the like plot outline section where you could be like, okay, let's put this in here.
Yeah.
Um,
And it has a page for each of your character players and all that, which is super helpful. Yeah, super excited about that. Because I had all of that in separate journals and stuff, so to have it all in one place and actually already set up for me, it's pretty genius. So
Oh, yeah.
it's called Mischief and Misadventure. Like I said, the link will be on our TikTok. That was a random plug, I'm sorry, but I was thinking about it while you
We
were
were
talking
thinking
about
about
Oh, yeah,
paper.
that was good.
Well, I was thinking about your little notebook, which is still really cool, and I might honestly buy for you all anyway, because I think that's pretty cool. To have all that together would be great. But
yes, Tyrall, whenever we arrive outside of the manor, well,
are we going to the manor, or are we going back to the inn?
no, we were going to go wait outside of the manor for Brok.
Oh,
Do you not want to go wait outside of the manor for Brok?
it's not me. Trying to think about what Aymer would do. Yeah, well, Aymer's going to go back to the inn. Aymer's like, you wait, you get him. I'm going to make sure they fix that door. And also, I need a shower. So he needs a bath.
Oh. Tyrall will go outside of the little gates to the manor. We'll kind of look around for like, is there like a little park or anywhere like in front of it, like a nice little like open space outside of the gates.
Oh, yeah. There's like a
Yeah.
little garden area. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
The
Well,
Tyrall,
outside of the gates, it's more on the inside of the gates. Like on the inside of the gates, and then it goes up to the door. So I'm sure
Oh.
you'll be welcomed inside the gates
yeah,
if you'd like
Tyrall
to
will go through the gates, go over to a nice little garden area, probably where like there's a nice little seating
Yep.
area and all that.
It's really pretty, well taken care of.
And he will take the bracers that he took off of Tyr. He'll set one over here, and he'll take the belt and he'll lay it down, and he will all right. Let's figure out if there's anything we can do with this. Adonis, would you care to join me?
Yeah, and you hear, I would love to try.
All right. And he will put a hand on each bracer, and he's kind of like down on his knees, kind of like kneeling.
Maids and butlers are going around, like garden attendees are like going around seeing you do this.
Yep.
They're confused.
And he'll lay his like forehead down on the belt, and his wings will come out and kind of surround around him. And he will spend however long it takes to either bless these items to the point where he can use them, or Brok comes out like, what are you doing?
Which I'm sure is about equivalent for both. Because
Yeah.
I'm sure by like 12 or something, you
And
and
I'm sure all these like maids and butlers are like,
they're real confused.
yeah, because like the
'Cause I'm
whole
sure
time
you're,
he's
like,
probably like pulsating, glowing, and
and
like
I'm-
muttering.
Muttering celestial to yourself. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like really getting into the spirit.
yeah, and they're probably all like,
What is this guy doing?
"What?"
He was here
is
yesterday
this?
and Lady Isolde kicked him out and now he's here praying.
This is very odd.
But he's also a very big guy, so they're not doing anything about it. They're just
He is a
they're
big
like
guy.
starting to congregate. Like it's like an overhanging porch, like front door. So they're all kind of congregating near the door on the porch, looking at you. And Brok, that's when you come out, and Isolde actually walks you out to the door. And she's had the best time. She's like, please come back whenever you want. You're always welcome here. I would expect you to come back. Like, so yeah, she, is
And
there
then
anything
You got a
specific that
second
you,
date?
yeah.
In walking out, see Tyrall. Yes, I had a wonderful time. Then he looks around and I have something for you, milady.
All right. I'm surprised you didn't already give it to me, but okay.
My mind was preoccupied with other things.
I did talk a lot, sorry.
Oh, you were a wonderful teacher. You're going to make the best priestess.
Thank you.
I mean, I got a head start on this, and you were already leaps ahead. And I will pull out the little elephant.
Oh yeah, the little Hollyphant. He's like, oh crap, I forgot.
Yes, this is from the big guy.
And she's like, oh, it's so cute.
Right? It's adorable. It's also very useful. If you are in dire emergency, you tell it to this, and it will go and get Tyrall, and then just be ready for whatever happens after that point.
Oh, All right.
Tyrall does things loud and fast.
Oh. All right. I will remember that.
But yes, I had the most wonderful time. You are amazing.
Well, thank you. And hopefully you come back, because I would like to see you again.
I would like to come back, and maybe on that next visit I can give you the full history of... And his eyes go wide, and I'm so sorry. Oh, you have to forgive me, my lady.
She's looking at the holly font like,
I never told you my name.
no, you didn't. I just decided to call you Handsome Stranger in my mind.
I enjoyed that compliment very much. And he kind of takes a couple steps back so she gets the full view.
And she just kind of like puts the holly font to the side so the holly font can look like it's a little animal.
And he's like, Lady Isolde, I am Brok Aeson Borealis. And he...
I'm gonna throw some. I moved the whole system.
And he
Thought it was all going down.
he does the bow and gesture, and
And she looks at you. She looks at the holly font and looks back at you. That seems very reminiscent of someone I know.
yes, it's a family name.
It is indeed, isn't it?
Yes, my brother has it as well.
I'm sure he does. And she knows very well. She totally understood. Well,
But yes, do keep that safe, and I do hope to see you again.
I will see you again. I usually get what I want. As I said before. That hasn't changed.
Good. It knows that gives me assurance that I'll be safe. Because the universe wouldn't want to disappoint one of its most beautiful creations.
Well, if you're done with your wonderful flattery, I think, she looks past you a little bit. Your friend is waiting for you outside.
And Brok will look over, and now he's actually like seeing what Tyrall's doing, and he's like, of all the places. Yes.
Roll a d20 for me, Patrick.
12.
Isolde, have a beautiful day.
You as
And
well, Brok.
I will see you again.
And then she just holds a little holly font up, and the holly font does a little squeak honk thing. But it's like a very muted version of an actual elephant honk. Yeah.
Brok bows and then heads off towards Tyrall.
And she says, if you're going to do that, can you not do it in my garden, please?
This was the most out of the way place from everybody else. Unless you wanted me to come inside and take up a room or something. I still don't know where we stand in this place. Is he standing there, like, standing up, like, wings out, like, 20-foot spread?
I don't
like,
really know what I'm doing here.
Like, I'm waiting for him. There was nobody
You
over
see
here.
that there's
I
like a
needed to do
congregation of
something.
people that are watching you now.
And just like,
Yep.
books. Goes over to him, be like, there's one for
Here's
you.
a Bible for you.
There's
Here's a
one
Bible
for you.
for you.
There's one for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I should tone this down. Wings go back in. Be like, and a book for you, and a book for you, and a book for you. My lady.
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful to see you again. I'll leave.
You should.
Yes.
And it looks like there's a look in her eyes that she recognizes that you're on a different level now, but she still has to act like she hates you all.
Yes.
Well, at least you and Aymer.
Yes. Brok, Aymer's back at the end waiting for us.
Excellent. And Brok turns back. But, my lady, once again, I apologize on behalf of the Duke, and he looks at Tyrall, and on the priest. We bid you no ill will. Sorry about yesterday once again. We look forward to doing more business with you potentially in the future.
We shall see. Go on now. Don't waste my time anymore.
And Brok turns and looks at you and is like, get your
Tyrell.
shit.
Get your stuff and let's go.
Tyrell picks up his
You're
stuff
embarrassing me.
and starts walking out with Brok.
What did you say you rolled, a 12?
Yeah.
Buddy.
We'll need more time.
But here are the stats on that, so I don't forget to give it to you.
I thought you were about to throw it at
I was
me.
going to, actually, but then I was like, the fan is going to blow
yeah,
that, and it's not
catch
going to... Yeah, it's not going to work out the way I want. Once you are fully blessed on those, that's what you will have. Whether you want to give that to somebody else, whether you want to keep that for yourself, it's up to you. My hair is bothering me.
500 gold pieces if convinced?
Yeah, if you convince, like, a dealer that it's actually tears.
Oh.
Because you gotta really convince somebody.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, yeah, okay. And somebody
Sure,
else
buddy.
somebody else told me that last week too.
Yeah, have you
What
seen
trash
me?
can did you pull this out of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the burn marks on this? That's not very realistic, guy. I can definitely tell you painted that yourself. Like, yeah. I said there is. That's my persuasion.
Here, let me just call down an
It
angel that
works
killed him.
sometimes.
I think it only works if you're Jet, though.
Yeah.
I don't think it would work for Tyrall.
Yeah.
Or literally anyone else. Jet, again, is in a class of his own.
I don't know. If you saw Tyrell in real life, just be like, well, I'm going to persuade you.
Yeah, if you saw Jet in real life and he said he was going to persuade you, I'd be persuaded.
We just have to glance in your direction.
I would combust on impact, you're right. Anyway,
And so we'll walk back to the inn. Brok has just the biggest smile on his face, pep in his step.
that's so cute.
What have you all been up to today?
Well, we went out shopping a little bit to get supplies for the journey to come. I got some.
Oh, great. Yes, I need Aymer to come with me to the tailor.
Come with you to the tailor. Looks like you've already been there.
Oh, yes, I didn't have the full funds for this.
Well, we are on our way back. I do have funds as well. Would you like to just stop in and I can cover the rest?
Sure, if you don't mind.
All right. So, please show me to the tailor's. That is one place we did not go today.
And
Although we do have rope, we have lights, we have candles, we have
good
some ration
thinking.
packs, and we do have some more health potions.
Oh, you guys are on it.
Yes, we
Well,
decided
you were
to take the
flirting.
time.
We decided to get everything done.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to do that. Like,
It's
let him just
To
take
be
care of
fair,
that over there.
he hasn't had that before, so good for him.
But
Show-
yes,
show me the way.
Over this way. Ding, ding, ding.
And when you walk in, he's maybe putting some clothes up, putting stuff up or whatever. And when you walk in again, he recognizes you, but then he sees that you're not with Aymer, and he's like, well, this isn't the friend you told me about.
No.
Well, one of them.
This is the priest, though. I didn't really expect to meet him on the way, but he has the remaining funds, if that'll work, or if you would prefer Aymer to come back himself, we can do it that way.
Money is money. I'm not going to
And-
complain.
How much does he owe you?
50 more gold, please.
Only 50?
Yes.
We are really going to have to get you a bigger coin purse.
Well,
I
he'll-
did take a hefty amount off of him, though, so
Well,
Oh,
I
yes,
imagine you
and-
took everything if I'm here.
I did.
But he'll take out 50 and he'll put it in his
But,
hands.
I mean, look, he did such a fantastic job. It fits well. the colors are just brilliant. I love it.
Has
And,
your friend never been properly dressed before? He seems for it to be a spiritual experience for him.
I'm going to be honest with you. Most of his clothing has been bought without him present.
Oh.
And or acquired just from ins and odds places and people.
Oh.
So yes, today was his actual first experience getting proper clothing
He
for him.
squints at your clothing and gets really close to like the collar, and then he looks down at the wrist. And who did your work? This is very finely crafted.
Yes. I honestly don't know who did the work. But it's not really made. It's more of made. But just watch. And Tyrall will... And he's in the toga.
Oh. Man boobs out and all.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then, of course, back to the priest robes. And then for the more formal occasions, for necessary actual high rituals. No. And it is like full... He looks like the freaking Pope. Just...
Man, if that wouldn't kill me to draw, I would draw it. I want to draw every version of Tyrall, dude.
Yep.
Him and Arminius, I want to draw every version of ever in history at all.
Yes.
If I want to draw both Arminius and Tyrall in pajamas. That's how badly I want to draw both of them because I love them both so much. Like I will draw them in every outfit they could ever have.
And then he'll snap his fingers again. Be like, and then if things get, well, messy on the travels, and he's armor over the priest robes.
And the man is just standing here, like,
So
what did I drink?
So to answer your question, the clothing is made of divine magic.
Are you a wizard?
No, I'm a priest.
So how did you do that?
It's
It's the Maker's will. He's a wonderful god. The best.
You understand that word is a myth, right? It's blasphemy to say that anybody is... It's like old blasphemy, even. It's not even modern blasphemy, it's old blasphemy.
trust me, sir. 'Tis not blasphemy to rediscover an old ancient religion that was snubbed out because they wanted its truth dissolved. But I understand your hesitancy.
And he looks disbelieving. He's like, okay, guy. Like, clearly, you guys are a little weird.
You know what? This has been an unpleasant experience for you, hasn't it?
Not unpleasant, I just think you all are crazy.
Yes, therefore unpleasant because you have a bunch of psychos in your mind in your shop.
Well, I have dealt with
So
more psychos.
I'll
but-
make it up to you. You can, and he'll reach into one pocket and take out the very, very, very pure bar of gold from the heavens that nobody wants.
No.
Because they're like, this looks very odd.
Fake is really what they think, yes?
Yes. And then he will reach into the other pocket and take out the STE, and he will set it on the counter. A relic from the heavens of the Maker, and a book. You can believe it or not, but I will say it does look good sitting on a mantelpiece.
Well, thank you for your trinket and your book,
Yes.
and for fulfilling the payment. I appreciate at least the people that travel with the Duke are not, at least true to their word.
Well, we try to be, and we are also trying to teach him to be. And believe it or not, he's gotten quite better.
Yeah, that is what your other friend here said.
Yes.
So,
Well, I'm sorry, but me and my friend... Oh, by the way, just so you know, the crazy people in your store, this is Brok.
Oh, I can introduce myself.
I know, but you haven't done it yet, and we are about to leave. So this is
Yes.
Brok, and I am Tyrall. And you will be seeing us around in the many months to come.
I suppose we shall see. And if I see you again, perhaps I will give you my name if it's worth it. Sound good?
Well, yes, at some point we're going to have to get him another wardrobe, and you did do a good job.
Well, if you like my work that much, then perhaps it might be less next time. Returning customers are always my favorite.
Yes, but unfortunately we do travel, so it may be a long time before you see us again.
Enough time for you to get more gold.
Yeah, we'll see
Indeed,
about that.
yes.
All right, Brok. Back to Aymer.
Brok will gesture the door to you.
You know, ding ding, ducking his head. Ding, ding,
And
ding.
as Brok starts to leave, he'll turn and look at the guy and be like, I'm so sorry.
He just...
And Brok does like a little bow, like, sorry. And he'll close
really
the door.
funny. Yeah. It's very true. You really do have to apologize for Tyrall. He was not remade in a more charismatic
we are the
way.
people persons.
As he said, he's the one that has one job. We're the people.
He deals with the people in the violent way.
In the way that we literally can't.
It's going to be really weird, you know, in the next campaign, like 600 years in the future, there's Tyrall and his level 20 infinite wisdom standing on top trying to give a sermon. He's just like, you know what? Nobody's listening to me. War?
Hey, listen, I tried to get you to understand. You didn't. It's not my fault I'm not charismatic. Now you get war. All right? You had your chance. And Aymer's like, well. Well, yeah, Aymer will be dead by that point. You're screwed, bro. If you don't have Aymer or Brok, you're done
Yeah.
for. Brok has a normal lifespan now. And he's already 20 years past it.
No, in like 600 years in the future, somebody's going to come to see Ivana and be like, oh, right. Religious militarism it is. That is what has happened here.
Yep. Looks like all of his friends died, and he had no one else to stop him.
Nobody to keep him in check.
Yeah, no more advocates. So now, Warhammer.
Yeah.
But
Hence
But
why
yeah,
Arminius
we'll,
flees.
or does he just do the opposite?
Or does he build me giant titans and war machines?
You'll have to get him to forgive you first.
We got eternity.
Yeah.
That's true. He is also pretty much immortal, so you all still don't know how old he is, and he could still have hundreds of years left in him.
Oh, he definitely does.
He does.
Yeah. And
Back at the inn.
yeah, get
Knock,
back
knock, knock, knock,
get
knock.
back to the inn, creak the broken door.
It's actually fixed now.
Get back to it, see that it's fixed.
Yep.
Oh, good. And look at you. Did you fix it?
I
Or
left money.
okay, well that still works. Yes.
On the way to find Aymer, I did stop. Explained what happened, apologized, and gave them gold to cover the cost.
Good man. But yep, knock on the door, and then I'll check the doorknob, see if it's unlocked.
Let me see. I rolled it and my brain didn't even do anything when I was rolling it.
Yep, I've done that.
Okay, yes, it is unlocked. I literally had to replay it in my mind what I said. Alright, it opens up.
Aymer, we're back.
I would like to just do a general arcana check to see if Tyrall or Adonis would pick up on anything in the room just from walking in.
Okay, go ahead.
To see if the religious or
Yeah, so
Holy aspects
you'll
would-
roll and you'll add well,
I was just going to do a straight arcana check since he's technically outside of the maker's purview.
Sure.
Because I feel like a +8 would be too much for him.
Okay. Since you're also doing it with Adonis, still roll religion though, because Adonis has a higher,
Ooh.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So if you're doing it, it's almost like he's aiding you.
That's
so it would
landed
originally
sideways.
be, it's his religion and your arcana. Because he has a higher
A
connection.
29?
Oh my god.
I rolled an 18 on the dice.
See, I always have my levels up here very high anyway, depending on the situation. So, like a 29 seems crazy to some people, but that seems pretty average for me if I know you're adding two things together.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was me adding 11 combined.
Dang, so you rolled really low.
No, I rolled an 18 and then I add 11 onto it.
Oh, I thought you said you added 2 11s is what you said.
No.
I see.
No, 2 11s doesn't equal 29.
Well, no, but I thought whatever you rolled
No.
plus 2 11s together is.
No.
I was confused by what you were saying.
My Arcana's a 3 and my Religion's an 8.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, so 29, yeah. So, like, I'm assuming you're doing this as Brok is knocking and opening the door.
It would be whenever I enter the room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then, Brok, you make a perception check for me. Because while he's doing that, Brok, while Tyrall's doing his thing, you're looking around. Because he's not directly in the immediate room. But you know how you just go in and you look around like, hey, where are you at? Where exactly are you in the room? And it would be about the same time. You kind of had the same eerie feeling that you had in the alleyway. Just the underlying, like, I don't know, something tastes weird in the air.
Yeah.
Something's weird in my spirit. Like, I just feel it. But you can't, it's so finite that you're like, is this random anxiety popping up because of everything that's going on, stress, whatever. But it sort of heightens as you get into the room. And what did you get?
17.
So you notice that obviously Aymer's not in the bedroom. And it's about the same time that you go to the bathroom, because there's an ensuite bathroom, that you would feel it, and Adonis would tell you something's not right, something's off. And it's not in like a critical, like, he's gone sort of way, but it's definitely something's not right. That you would see into the bathroom. The bathroom door is ajar. And you hear, because you're pretty attuned to Aymer at this point, you hear, like, muttering and sounds like weeping. And there's running water. So I'm sure you open the door.
Aymer?
And you see he's in just, like, his underwear. He's covered in, like, a little bit of blood, not a lot, just some blood on him. The shower, the bath is overflowing with water, and it's like on the floor, and he's on the floor, and he's like doubled over, and he's crying, and he's not making any sense. And he seems not erratic necessarily, but not right of mind. And he's just crying to himself, and you can hear like an I'm sorry every now and then, and he's doubled over something, but you can't really tell. It could be his hands, because he's got some blood on him. But and that's the exact same time when it starts to bubble up more in you that you're like, something's not right here.
Yeah. Oh, Brok goes into panic mode. He scoops Aymer up, carries him out to the bed, quickly, like, sets him down, like, laying on the bed, runs back, takes care of the water, comes back with a towel and starts wiping off his hands. Aymer, what happened? What is wrong? What's going on?
And he's just not hysterical. He's just weeping, like he's crying, and he's not opening his eyes, and he's just like kind of scratching at himself with his nails, which is why he has some blood on him. And he's like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry for what? Stop. Look at me. It's
sorry.
Brok. I'm here. You're okay.
And when you say to look at you, he looks up at you, but he doesn't open his eyes. He's like, I'm sorry. I can't.
Where is Aymer's sword?
Do a quick investigation check for me, because you're pretty good in tense situations, which this is kind of. So you're just like trying to find it, try and locate it.
Ooh, that's a solid 8.
Oh. It's not. You can't immediately see it. You can tell it's in the area, though, just because of Adonis, and they all generally have the same sort of connection, but you can't immediately see it. If you're wanting to go looking for it, you may
Yes.
look
Tyrall
for it.
We'll go look for the sword.
But yeah, he's
I'll cradle Aymer and bury his head into my chest, and I'm like, it's okay.
And
you're all right. I'm here.
he's saying things, but they're not really making sense. They're not full coherent sentences. Yeah, and he's just hysterical, weeping.
Tyrall, where are you going?
You
Sorry,
need
I can't.
to just keep him here and calm. I am trying to find his sword. Whenever I find his sword, we will take care of him.
Why do you need his sword? He's right here.
Yes, he is right here.
What did you all do this morning? He was, I mean...
I still don't know what he did by himself, but he's been doing something, or something has been affecting him that I have not been able to figure out. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there is something that has happened in this room that could be affecting him. So if there's something you would like to tell me, that would be greatly appreciated.
Something did happen while you all were gone. He came back.
Then here's what you are going to do. You are going to take Aymer. You're going to bundle him up. You are going to take him to my room. I am going to find his sword, and then I will meet you there. You keep him with you, and do not let him hurt himself anymore.
Then yeah, as you're talking, I'm bundling him up in towels and
Probably a bed sheet.
bed sheet, and I scoop him up. I take him over into your room.
And Tyrall will go searching for that sword, overturning all the furniture,
Yeah, I'm sure.
ripping off all the sheets,
Yeah.
emptying all the drawers.
Going through the room, you would have found it tucked under the bed. And, it looked like he had wrapped it up in, the little blanket thing, the fabric that he gave you. Wrapped it up in that and stuffed it under the mattress, and the mattress is on top of it. Like he could hide it somehow.
And Tyrall, without even thinking if he can, will just...
Oh, just grab it. Just grab that boy.
Just grab that boy.
Roll me a d20. Let's see what happens. But Brok, when you take him into the other room, he's still just weeping, and he's like rocking and not twitching, but like repetitive motions with his hands. His ears twitch a couple of times. He seems it's familiar to you. The way he's acting. It's a lot more sad than what you're used to, but it is definitely similar to how you've seen him act before. Just not nearly as erratic, but the coherency loss seems similar. And he's not opening his eyes, and he won't look at you. So...
Yeah, I know, I just gotta wait it out. And so I kind of lay him down, spoon around him.
And he's just trying to soothe himself, rocking and repetitive motions with his hands. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't think. I was so worried.
Shut up, settle down, put your head on the ground.
Oh.
And yet Brok just starts singing the Song of Sleep to him over and over again while stroking his hair.
But you find his sword. And what did you roll? Don't give me that look. I hate that look. Because it could literally be anything. Is it a nat 1?
No.
It's an at 20?
Yes.
Good job! See, that face could literally be either one.
It could.
With you, I can never tell.
We are notoriously bad rollers.
Well, you're
And we roll
bad,
good
and
when
then
it
suddenly...
usually doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then suddenly, it's good. Yeah, you just scoop that bad boy up like it was your own. And when you grab it, you don't go into it like you usually do with Adonis or anything like that, but you feel the overwhelming presence of the martyr inside of it, the spirit inside of it. And this guy, you learned about him in the heavens.
He's probably a little insulted that I'm touching him.
Yeah, well, so it's like immediately when you grab him, when you grab the sword, it's like you hear the voice and it's like, I don't understand why you're touching me this way. Like, it's a very haughty, high voice. Like...
Well, if you have to know, the person that you are supposed to be bonded with and helping is having a mental breakdown. And he's wrapped you up and thrown you underneath of a bed. So I'm going to take you to him, so that way we can all figure out how to help him.
And even though he sounds haughty and stuff, you know just from what you had learned about him. I'm trying to find my notes because I wrote something in here about it. But the gist is he was a Viscount from that time where the Maker was really big. And I'm trying to find it. Anyway, where the Maker was really big, and he was trying to lead people through like a really rough time, and going by the Maker through that rough time, and the people just, they weren't having it. They revolted against him and burned him at the stake. I'm trying to see where that... But he was during his time, like his height, he was an amazing Viscount. He was really close to all the people. He didn't see himself any higher than anyone else. He was a good man. Like, overall, was a really good man. This is why I get upset when I make my notes, because I definitely made the notes, but where are they? Don't know. That was a good note. But it didn't come up in the session that I had it written down for, so now, where is it? Only God knows.
It'd be
But
like
anyway.
that sometimes.
Yeah, but anyway.
R.I.P. notes.
Literally. I will find it when I get home, and I'll be like, that's great. That's great. But anyway, so, yeah, so you know, wow, this is the guy in his weapon. It's a pretty...
It's a tough one to have.
Yeah. Especially because you know that they're supposed to be guiders for you. They're supposed to be guidance. And it's a really good one for Aymer to have, but also, you know how Aymer is. He usually compares himself to whoever is his guide. And that guy was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Ah, I got it! Found it! Going back to it, since I have it now, he also shows himself as a king cobra. Ooh. You would just feel that, not that you, again, see him, but you feel it. So he was overthrown and burned at the stake with other martyrs of the Maker after, you know, helping them through... a pretty serious time trying to lead them and guide them by the Maker. Mm-hmm. But of course, the religious persecution with Odin's people and all of that, it just kind of, they overthrew the Viscount and put somebody else in place at that point.
They made a coup. They made a coup.
Pretty much. His name was Godric Titus.
Ooh, good name.
Yep, so Tyrall will take the sword, run back to his room. He will, sit down on the bed with them, and he will take the sword out of whatever the wrappings that Aymer has put it in. Yep. And he will lay the sword down on Aymer. He'll grab Aymer's hand, put it on top of the sword. He will put his hand on top of Aymer's. He will grab a hold of his hammer.
Brok puts his hand
Brok
on
said,
top.
"Get out of here! I want in too."
Yeah, he puts his hand on top of yours.
And then Tyrall will force everybody, including the Vimus weapons, into Adonis's space.
Dang, Adonis is getting it today.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, it would take a minute, especially with you having to go, okay, like trying to get everybody combined. But you get everybody, and everybody shows up and separate. I mean, they're not going to show up exactly how you were in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But Aymer is on his knees again, just like doubled over. You and Brok are standing, and of course there's the animal representation, the reptilian representation of both of them, of Adonis and Godric. But once they're both together, it's like as they both kind of come in, because we come in first and then they change back into what they were.
Ooh.
So you see them especially you see Adonis for the first time.
And not his bones.
What?
Not his bones.
Not his bones, and not his reptilian figure. And yours as well. You see them, and they're now less kids and more like teenager-ish. But they're more behind them with just these two in front, because they're helpers, but it's a different leading experience.
Yeah. And yeah, I definitely immediately dart to Aymer.
Yeah, I figured. So Adonis would have been a human man. And he, very nice slicked back hair and a ponytail, very nice robes and everything. Looks very similar to a war priest, but old, very old clothing, old styling and everything. Obviously no weapons. But very, very dark-skinned, kind of more like Brok, who has a more of the olive-toned skin and green eyes, dark, maybe brown hair, maybe black, probably more black. And Godric is a high elf who has short blonde hair with blue eyes, very light-toned skinned, and he's wearing really nice, regal, old clothing, robes, a nice long, like cape. Like the red capes that had the fur lining usually, has more of like a circlet on, not a crown necessarily, but to show nobility of some sort. And he's a daunting height. He's probably 6'5", almost 7 foot. And I believe Adonis is probably 5'10"-ish, 6 foot, around there. But they're both very imposing figures.
Oh, yeah.
So, and they see each other and they're like, oh, brother, like they know each other, even though they lived in similarly or contrastingly different times, ish, probably a few hundred years apart. They know each other from the Maker. And Aymer is just weeping on the ground.
Shh. It's all right.
This isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted.
Is this something you've seen him do before?
Yes, he must have found a stash or met with somebody. This is usually how he was after he's indulged himself.
I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry.
It'll wear off.
I'm
though.
sorry.
You don't need to apologize.
I can't take it anymore. I couldn't take it. I just needed something. And he finally slowly starts to open his eyes, and his pupils they're blown. He's going.
Tyrall comes up, kind of moves you aside, and he reaches down with a hand and like grabs the front of Aymer's shirt and lifts him up to his height. And he takes his hand and it starts to glow. He has cast lesser restoration, and he whirls it back and slaps him across the face.
Yep.
Yep. because lesser restoration allows me to cure in one disease or one condition affecting the person.
Yep. And being high would do that.
Yep.
Being high is a condition.
And he will slap the high out of him.
Yep. Yep. And you slap him, and man, I can't imagine being slapped by Tyrall. That would suck.
And he doesn't hold back
No.
either.
I can
Nope.
understand the fear, the full fury of an
Yeah.
angel. And it definitely, like, knocks him for a minute. And he just blinks a few times, and when he looks at you, his eyes are still very dilated, because, I mean, you can slap it out of him, but also it's got to come down. It's not going to immediately sober. I know some things can, but who knows what.
Oh, what
Really
if I
took.
use it again?
Oh, well, as you go to do that, so you don't beat you could kill him with 2 slaps.
Once is enough. Once is enough.
He's looking at you, and he's weeping, he's crying, he's apologizing. You hear Adonis from behind you say, "It seems them is a visitor." And him and Godric separate from behind you all, because it was kind of like a semicircle you all made, and they were in front of you. And so when you went to pick Aymer up, your back was to them. And you feel a presence of somebody else here that you're not used to
Which
feeling.
is very odd.
Yeah, it's very
because
new.
How is somebody in this space that I have not granted permission? Or Adonis is, Adonis can grant permission to whoever he wants into his space.
And so they separate, and Ezra and Emma are like, and they're identical twins. Like, one's a boy, one's a girl, but they're identical. And I'm thinking they're a little bit more of the Asian persuasion. They have like short, dark hair. I would say maybe Ezra's a little bit shorter. But they very similar clothing. I mean, identical, and they just kind of scurry out of the way. And there's this light that doesn't normally permeate the surrounding. That follows this individual as they come forward, and as they get closer, the voice sounds very similar to one that you all know. Not the exact same voice, but it sounds older, wiser, and the light starts to dim a little bit to show more of the form, and you start seeing ears and a tail. Oh, my boy, look at you. Look at you.
His grandpapa. Grandpapa.
You've grown so much. Look at you. And Aymer immediately, because I don't know if you move out of the way or not, or if you drop him, or if you're just holding him and turn around.
I would be like holding him, turn around, see the form come out, be like, okay.
Just drop him. Yeah, and Aymer doesn't get up. I mean, he just stays there. But when he hears the voice, his pupils go right back to how they normally are, just thinner. He is honed in. His ears are back. Before he heard the voice, and they're just immediately straight up. And it was like an immediate full sobering after your ouch slap.
Slap of lesser restoration.
Yeah. And he's like, you have grown so much. Look at you. I can't believe you've grown so much. And still, as ever, the silly boy that you've always been. Aymer's like, Pops, it's you. I'm not hallucinating, right? I'm not hallucinating, right? You didn't slap the sense out of me, right? I'm not hallucinating. And his grandfather walks closer and kneels down in front of him, puts his hands on his shoulders, and then takes his face. And it's very similar to what you do, actually. You noticed the way he touches him and comforts him is very similar. It's like, it's not, my boy. You are ever here and ever persistent in your hatred for yourself. But you have friends now who care about you. And you don't listen enough to them. He's like, I can't, I can't do this. This is not something I can do. I'm not you, and I'm not father. I can't do this. This is not something that I'm capable of doing for myself. I can't. I'm going to destroy everything. I can't do this. And his grandfather has all of the patience in the world. You all can feel it. It comes off of him in waves. He has no... he is the embodiment of relaxed patience, kindness. It's like, no, silly boy, you're not your father, and you're not me. You're going to be better than all of us. That's the whole point. I've watched you from the moment you've grown up, and turned into this, and done things you shouldn't have done. But I've watched you from the heavens since I've been gone, and I know what the Maker has for you. And you're going to be brilliant, and you have friends who are going to make you brilliant, and you are going to change the name of Wilhelm. You are what your father was supposed to be. And you're going to do it. And your friends, and he looks at both of you, and you just are like, oh, that's my dad. Like, you feel it when he looks at you. Like, you felt his presence before in some way.
Yeah.
Like a comforting presence. They're going to take care of you. So, even though you're scared, because you are obviously very scared, you're going to stand up. You're going to be the man that I know you can be, the one that the Maker has made you, and the one your friends know you can be. And you're going to do this. And he helps Aymer stand up, and Aymer is shaking, and he's unsteady on his feet, and he's still in his underwear. I don't know if I made that very clear.
Nope.
And also, his grandfather is... I think you've seen him. You went with... No, you didn't. You were there when his father was there, though, at the meeting. He looks split, straight up, dead like his father, because they're both full foxes. Hybrid, bipedal fox people. But you can tell his hair is the same as Aymer's, his tail is the same as Aymer's, the way he dresses is very similar to Aymer's. Like, straight up, if Aymer was a full fox, you know that they would be identical. And he dusts Aymer off, his shoulders, since he's still in his underwear, and... Oh, my boy, please put on some clothes. This is embarrassing for all of us. And he just steps back, and Aymer's like, Pops, I don't think I can... None of that now, boy. You're going to hold your head high like a Wilhelm, and you're going to do what's best for this country. So, no more whining, no more tears. If he cries again, he deserves a good slap.
Understood.
And Aymer's still wiping his eyes, and he doesn't fully understand what's happening. He's still processing it all, and even though his grandfather backed up and is standing, this guy carries all the regality that Aymer does.
Oh yeah.
Without as much flamboyancy, but you can tell there's a little bit of underlying, like, I don't want to say diva, but you know what I mean.
Showmanship.
Yeah, he's got a lot of showmanship to him that is clear that Aymer got from him. And Aymer's wiping his eyes, and he goes to look at you to say something, but Aymer just barrels into him with a hug, like, just holds on to him and is crying. And Adonis walks up to you, lays his hand on your shoulder. You did the right thing bringing him here.
When things are falling apart, it's best not to make it a public appearance.
You are learning more and more every day.
Well, it's not for the lack of you all trying to make me better.
Trial by fire sometimes.
Well, most times.
Well. And he just kind of steps back and lets you all have your moment.
Mm-hmm.
And as his grandfather is, holding him, patting him, he's still much shorter than his grandfather. He looks at you and he's like, "Thank you for helping my boy. He's needed somebody who believed in him as I did. So, I've been watching and I appreciate your genuineness and trusting and believing in him."
And yeah, Brok's crying. It's not like full on sobs, but yeah, the waterworks are going for sure. And he's the bestest.
He is. And it's nice to know that other people in the world believe in him as well. Thank you both.
And it is mutual. He's seen a lot in me that no one else did.
He's a good man. He's hard on himself as he's patting his head. But that's only because he expects the most out of himself. So, you all being anchors for him is very important, and I appreciate that. You all are good for him.
I will continue to do my best.
And he lets him go, pushes him back, lifts his chin. All right. Now, hopefully from the heavens, I will see you all make Indigo North something that it has always needed to be.
From the background, if good old Papa can see me,
Yeah.
he'll just... One moment.
Ooh.
Aymer and Brok, if you would, please. Our time here can only be short.
And Aymer's like, "But I have so many questions. I just, maybe Pops could help me with some things that I..." He's like, he said, "Only a moment, boy." And he kind of ushers him toward you so he can listen to you and not focus on him.
And yeah, Brok will kind of take Aymer and pull you over by Tyrall.
And Tyrall will step up to be in front of the whole circle of the Vimus weapons. And he will raise his hands, and you all don't see them anymore. It's just comes down. He will have a nice, very short, private conversation with them. Just saying, one, I'm sorry that I touched you.
I'm so sorry for violating you in the way I did.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I touched you.
And once you're in front of him, he also holds himself with the most air of regality you have ever seen in an individual ever. Mm-hmm. Whether it was Muldarian, the Viscount, Arminius, he holds himself with a regality you've not seen before. But he is so kind when you're actually speaking to him.
I'm sorry for messing with another person's Vimus. Although, thank you for not blowing my hand off.
You're welcome. You are somebody of the Maker, so I can only do so much.
Yes, but also, still not in my purview, but thank you.
I recognized something was off with him. So
Yes,
when you grabbed
assuming
me.
somebody wraps you up in linens and throws you under a bed.
He was trying to hide.
Yes. They'll look over at Emma and Ezra.
And they're just kind of they have their arms looped within each other, and they're just standing there, like the Siamese cats from Lady and the Tramp.
Mm-hmm. And to you younglings, since this is our first time formally meeting.
You're very tall. Yes, you are very tall.
Yes, I get that a lot.
And your hair is so long.
Yes, it has almost always been long, except for a short period of time. But thank you all for being the companions that Brok needs whenever he has nobody else.
Oh, of course. We love Brok. We really do. And you can see they don't look at each other. They're in sync.
Mm-hmm. And he'll look at Pops. And to you, whenever you go back to the heavens, please carry my sincere thanks to the Maker on my behalf. But with that, me and Adonis are going to leave the space and leave it for you all, as Brok is more family than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that, boy.
Well,
You have helped Aymer more than he will say.
for this instance, I believe it to be truth.
As you wish.
So thank you all for coming in the times of need. And then the Tyrall and Adonis will disappear, and the shroud will go away.
Oh,
They have fancy light shows here.
well, he wanted to ask him some more questions. This looks like we're being granted a bit more time.
Yeah, I suppose so. Man, this is weird. Alright. And yeah, you all, not very long. I mean, maybe 5-10 minutes. He can catch up, introduces you to him, you know, and you understand every bit of how Aymer turned out to be. In 5 minutes, you're like, I see. Didn't catch it with his dad. I understand now. Didn't make sense with his good old dad.
It's all clear.
Yeah. Makes sense. The apple did not fall far from that tree. But, yep. So, when they depart, Aymer and his grandfather, they hug each other. It's very sweet. And unless there's anything specific you wanted to do, wanted to ask Pops or talk about with Emma and Ezra or anything. Godric really just spends his own time in the corner just watching over.
Yeah, I will introduce Aymer to Emma and Ezra, of course. And, like, yes, these are the two that are paired with me.
And they're like, it's so interesting to see you in person, Brok. Yes, it's so interesting. And you can tell that's why they do what they do. They're very, play off of each other very well. Makes more sense to you now that you can see them in person.
I don't know if you two were aware, but I did get another visit from him. And it was much more visceral and personal.
No, we did not see anything. No, we didn't. We know that you disappeared for a little bit, but we just thought you were meditating or something without us. Yes, without us. We didn't know.
It's all right. I just wanted you all to know, but I don't think I'm finished with him, or he with I.
No, it does not seem that way. No, it doesn't. He seems persistent.
I don't know if you all can do anything, but if something should happen, and he takes me over, or changes me, can you just give my friends time to deal with it before whatever happens?
We will do our best for you, Brok.
I know you will. You two are awesome.
You are awesome, Brok. Yes, you are awesome. And you've changed so much.
I know. It's been an adjustment, and I've changed a lot more than physically.
You have.
And I hope that you all stay with me throughout the whole journey.
As long as you need us, Brok.
I'll always need you.
Then we will always be here. Yes, we will always be here.
Good.
And Aymer's just staring at the Viscount man.
And Brok will go up to Pops.
And he has his hands in his pockets, and the man is dapper.
It
He
looks
is-
like I'm walking up to Aymer.
Yeah, he's got like a nice chain with a pocket watch. That's the exact same pocket watch that Aymer has. Like, he's got a little vest on and some pants. Like, he's still a bipedal fox guy, so he's got like fox feet and stuff. But it comes down to like where his knees bend all backward and weird and all that. But yeah, he's same hair. I mean, it looks like you're walking up to an older Aymer. That's just a full fox dude.
Yeah. So it is such an honor to meet you.
As it is you.
And I'll go and to shake his hand.
And he like pats you on the shoulder while he's doing it, like a dad would. I mean, he's a grandpa.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've watched you and my boy here for a long time.
Thank you for keeping eyes on us, and I will do my best to keep Aymer in good spirits, and because he's the best. But I'm glad to know that I have a little grandfatherly backup if things get too rough.
I'm surprised he let me actually come down and say something to you all. I wasn't expecting to actually be able to physically see my boy again. And he's looking at Aymer as Aymer is just staring at this Viscount, who's just staring back at him, waiting for him to say something. But it was a blessing for everyone.
Yes, I wasn't expecting to be remade. I thought that was my final days. But the Maker works in mysterious ways.
He sure does. And he works for the good of those who love him, who care, who show that they want to be better, even if sometimes they struggle to be. And that's what Aymer needs to remember. It's going to be hard for him to change. I mean,
Oh, yes.
addiction is not something you quit so easily, but with you and his friend Tyrall, I expect it to be... He's going to do great things. And I'm very proud of him for it.
Yeah, Brok kind of just looks longingly over at Aymer. He turns back to him and he gets like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna say sheepish. I don't know if that's right, but that's what I'm going with. And Brock's like, I do hope it's okay that I acquired your name.
I did see that you took that upon yourself, speaking with your lady friend. He says knowingly. And I don't think it could go to a better friend or brother for Aymer.
I always wanted a brother.
Well, now he has two. One who very much care about him.
Have you seen him?
Magnus?
Magnus.
Yes. Not physically anymore. But he's better. Aymer doesn't need to know that yet, though.
All right. If you insist.
He feels it. He just doesn't know it yet. There's a lot going on, and that's something he should process separately, later on.
Yes, he has a lot on his shoulders already. I can't imagine the idea of becoming a Viscount. I've only just learned to take care of myself. But to be responsible for a whole nation of people. But he can do it.
It's in his blood. His father, he looks very disappointed. Refused to be the man he was supposed to be. His father would have been a good leader as well. But he allowed other things to take precedent over his calling, which is why it passed on to Aymer. And I know that he is strong enough. Stronger than his father, stronger than even me. He will be able to do it. He handles a lot anyway. And that's what his past was supposed to be. A testing ground to see his level of dedication and what he could take. And he cares deeply for people.
He does. It's one of the many things that gravitated me towards him.
It'll be a hard job for him to get used to, being responsible for not just himself, but for others, but he will do it.
Yes, and he'll have good friends beside him along the way.
None better than a priest of the Maker, and someone who also knows what it's like to be in the gutter. So, it was wonderful to meet you.
Likewise, I do hope we can do this again, if the Maker wills it.
If he does. But he reaches out and he hugs you like a grandson, and it's a good hug. It's a
Yep.
good grandpa hug.
Oh, and it breaks. And yeah, Brok starts like just full on crying.
What the heck is that behind you? What is that, a bee? I don't know. That you see it?
Yep.
Is it a wasp? Because I'll be out of here so fast if that's a wasp. Those things are evil. I will be out of here so
That's
quick.
fine.
A wasp will sting.
We'll deal with it later.
Oh no, I don't see it anymore.
Well, it was over there by the air conditioner.
Yeah, it's like chilling over there. And Brok will then, when the hug completes, he'll give a nod to him, and he'll depart and head over to Aymer.
Yeah, and after you all finish your hug, he does kind of
Go
disappear.
back and
Yep.
yep. And Brok will come up to you and see.
He's just staring at the Viscount. The Viscount is standing there, all regal, just waiting for him to speak.
And Brok will kind of like stand there, look at the two of them. All right.
And you can almost see a reflection of them both in each other, in
Yeah.
a way. Was that anybody? Oh, it was weird. That sounded like it was on the wall out there.
Oh, I figured it was the pupper scratching itself like it did that one day.
That was way too loud to be that. That sounded like a...
Um,
That was weird.
and then Brok will be like, he'll approach the Viscount and be like, "Hi, I'm Brok. It's nice to finally meet you.
It's wonderful to meet you as well.
I'm glad that this all got arranged."
I didn't expect to see anyone other than... And he just gestures to Aymer. Aymer here, in my space, and especially for you all to see me this way. But
Yes.
And Aymer's like, "You're a high elf." That's the first thing he says to him. "And you're tall. I thought this was supposed to be like a mirroring of...
There's more than just appearance, Aymer.
And Aymer is still in his underwear. Like, he is still in his underwear. And the Viscount just smiles at him. "Yes, I am a high elf, and you are... whatever you are." Because this guy has never seen...
Yeah, no.
anybody that is a bipedal animal, basically. He's from forever ago. It's not that they were not on Indigo North then, really.
No.
And Aymer's like, Vexinine, thank you. But you're old, you wouldn't know that, would you? He's like, no, I wouldn't. I don't know what non-humanoids are, so... And you can tell they have the same sort of, like, debating, bickering sort of jabs. Like, the personality is
Yes.
very... The instinct is very similar.
Well, I'm glad to see that Aymer has such a esteemed Viscount to assist him in his journey. And don't fret, you won't have to guide him alone. We will do our best on our end to be there for him.
He will need that. Very clearly. Aymer's like... Just making faces. But it would seem that you all can't be here very much longer, so it was wonderful to meet you, Brok. Please guide and advise our soon-to-be Viscount here in better ways, as I try to.
I'll do my best.
By the Maker's will.
By the Maker's will. And Brok will turn to Aymer and be like, let's get you back to some clothes, shall we?
Yes.
Because I have a story to tell.
Yes, and I've got some apologies to give. And it's as Aymer closes his eyes, whoop, and we pop back where we were.
Pop back. You are bundled up.
Yeah, he's bundled up in just his underwear. Tyrall, what are you doing this whole time? Are you just standing there
He's just
waiting?
been sitting there on the edge of the bed.
Just waiting. So when they come back, Aymer blinks a little bit and rubs his eyes, and he's like, oh.
Just stay right there. Let me get some bandages for you. And Brok kind of gets up, kind of pauses as he's exiting the bed.
Yeah, because he sits up,
But then he
pulls his legs in.
breaks off, goes gets some bandages, and comes back. Starts wrapping.
He just looks at you, Tyrall, just waiting for you to, slap him again or something.
Next time that you decide to go on a bender, there will not be healing spells combined with the strikes. Because I don't know if you heard, but I do have permission to keep on doing that.
Yeah. Pop's made that very clear.
Yes. And maybe the next time you decide to go on a bender, instead of going and getting drugs, and Tyrall will reach down and pick the sword back up and put it in front of Aymer. Instead, you'll go somewhere else and talk through whatever you are dealing with.
Right. Sorry.
Yes. And also, don't ever make me have to handle somebody else's Vimus weapons again. You know they're only supposed to be for one person. And one person alone. You should be happy that I can even handle yours.
Right. I will... Yeah, I'll try. Sorry.
Yes.
And I kind of got another... guilt trip from it as well. Leaving Brok by himself, I didn't even... I was so focused on myself, I didn't even think about that.
No, and we should also talk about that.
Did something happen?
while we were gone?
It's fine.
What happened?
He came back, and it was much more personal this time, much more vivid. And he made it very clear that he's not letting me go.
So this just proves the point that nobody leaves my sight.
Right.
And then Brok will kind of stand up a bit because he was kind of crouched and while bandaging you, and he takes you by the head like he do,
Like pops do.
and he stares into your eyes. It's not your fault. Leaving me alone is not your fault. I'm a man now in, well, more ways than one.
Bug over there.
I thought there was, but it's just the napkins.
Oh.
I was spazzing myself out, sorry.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sorry, continue. The napkin sounded like the fluttering of fast wings, okay? And it kept spazzing me out because I was like, if that's a wasp
It's
behind me,
yeah.
I'm gone, dude. Anyway.
And there will be times when we aren't together, and that's okay.
But if it's out of duty, it's different than selfish desire to numb some anxiety that I have.
Am I disappointed? Yes. If Tyrall didn't do it, I was going to slap you. And mine doesn't carry the wonderful healing properties that his did. But it was okay for you to go off and think of yourself. That's okay. You have a lot to bear.
It seems very silly in comparison to what you both are dealing with, really.
No, you idiot.
He just kind of reels back from that.
Yes, Tyrall has a divine level of opposition ahead of him, but he's also been built for that.
Yeah, I suppose
You have been destined to take on the responsibilities of an entire nation. Me? I'm just here to support you both. I have the easiest job.
But you don't have the easiest opposition. That's an opposition that neither one of us can even touch. Not even Tyrall.
But it pales in comparison to what you two have to face, especially you. You don't get divine knowledge to lead you. You get a spirit guide for sure, and that helps, and that's great. But they filled Tyrall with all sorts of knowledge.
And even you made some mistakes, right?
And I will continue to make them.
I suppose that helps a little.
And yes, I was scared because I was alone. But I knew I wasn't alone just because you're not physically there with me. Aymer, you will always be the most bestest person.
And
I just wish you could see it.
That's apparently not something I'm capable of.
Not yet. But I'll get you there.
Look at what you did. You made Brok cry. He says as he has tears in his eyes. Look at... You've made him cry. He's trying not to cry himself. You've made him cry.
Yes.
And I'm only saying that because I cannot take the fact that I've probably been the one to make him cry. So, I'm putting that on you.
And I will take it.
Wonderful.
But also there is still the fact that we need to be moving. So as much as it would be nice for both of you to sit here and go through your feelings and emotions,
Right.
I do have to be the one to say that there is a continent falling apart, and it kind of is our problem.
Yes,
All right.
It is. You're right.
We do have a task at hand. And I can tell you both all about my date.
Hold on, I have to sneeze. It's gone. You went on it was a date.
Not at first, no. But it definitely, well, I've never been on one. It felt like how I thought a date would feel.
He's... What?
Yes, we can talk on
Let's
the
talk
way.
about this while we go. I'll put clothes on.
Oh, yes.
Speaking of clothes, as he puts on his pants. and
While
his-
we're walking.
Yes, right.
And then,
He will gather his supplies. Not clean up the bathroom.
no, Brok takes care of that. And, yep, gather up our stuff. And, yeah, we'll start making our way.
Yeah.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, going northwest, trying to find the church.
So, and Aymer has no idea where we're walking. We're just going. He's like, so, where are we going?
We're going northwest.
Oh, why?
Well, in my scouting, I tried to go down some caves, some tunnels, and would you believe it that they were just normal caves and tunnels?
I would believe it, yes.
Yes. But northwest, further towards Drokar, there is an old church. And with it being so close to Drokar, I wonder if maybe around it there may be an entrance to the Underdark.
And maybe we might be able to find Flint there if he meets up with us. It is something else that's very important to remember.
Yes, but also he said that he would just pop up wherever we are.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Which is also why I haven't been toning it down as much as you all would probably like. Because the more people that have seen all of us, the better chances he has of finding us.
He did make quite a little scene outside of the manor.
Oh, did you? In front of your girlfriend?
And his face goes red, and he's like, I wouldn't call her that yet.
Yet. It's so pleasant. Isn't it, to see him so happy? Well, I'm sure she's going to be a very lovely lady. So,
She's very smart.
well, if she's going to be a priestess, I would hope that she had some sort of divine sense of something. And they can't all be big, dumb, and stupid like this one.
No. The Lord help us if we...
No. Speaking of which, why did she get, like, the extra expanded edition of the
Oh,
SCE?
did she get compendium guides with her book?
Yes.
Did none of you pay attention?
It looks different, yes, but I mean, I didn't read.
I know
just
that we
assumed it
each
was-
have all different paths and roles, and so I'm sure there would be, a little difference in our books, but there was a big difference in our books.
There is one for the masses, to help them in their faith, to help them in walking the path towards righteousness and understanding the Maker. And then there is one for those tasked with teaching that expands upon the entire histories, which you all have and what I hand out to, well, everybody but 2 others, is that for the regular people to help in their faith and their understanding. What I read from, what I have left for Delilah, and what I have given to her is the entire unredacted truth. It is not a pleasant read.
So what we get to experience being alongside you, they pretty much read the full entirety of that.
Aymer, if you ever experience what they are reading around me, then know things are not well.
Oh,
All right.
so cool, right.
Good to know.
Okay.
Are you saying the Maker has a dark side?
Well, we
Have
kind
you
of talked about that.
ever wondered why
Oh.
the Maker's religion was wiped from this continent?
I figured it was due to Odin. Well, Odin.
Well, it was Odin to begin with.
It was, and it was brought on by the Maker having to deal with his people and their leaving their natural ways.
I
Because
see.
when appealing to one's nature does not work, well, sometimes the last option is to wipe the slate clean. And as you know, most of how the circle operates was stolen from how the Maker operates. And most of the powers that they use are versions of the powers that the Maker's priest used. So if you can imagine what you have seen, the destruction wrought in the temples that we have seen, and the destruction that I used to bring down, I will remind you that is an imitation of what the Maker's priest used to do.
Oh. I don't want to think about that.
No, I'm good.
Yes. Which is why you all do not have that version. Because you
You
all
and
are
us
a
old can
little
keep it.
too young and new to the faith.
Excuse me.
The only reason why Delilah has it is so she fully understands what I am asking of her. The reason why Isolde has it, well,
She's supposed to be a female version of you.
correct.
Wowzers.
Well, perhaps I'll read it down the road.
You might
one
need to
day.
know.
Oh,
I
you will
do.
get yours upon your ascension.
Oh. Well, I meant because he's going to have a girlfriend who's like you.
Oh, don't say it like that. I don't want to date Tyrall.
That was your fault, buddy.
Ugh,
She's prettier than Tyrall. Well,
she is.
in all honesty, Tyrall, you're a very good-looking man. But if I were to pick, I would pick Maldarian. But I'm not picking. Isolde is very pretty, though.
Anyways,
Muldarian was very handsome.
Brok has tales to tell as we
Oh yes.
continue
Yes.
back off into
Let
the
us
wasteland.
go. Tell me the stories. Tell me the stories. I need to know them.
And so I
Recount.
start from the top of going to the tailor and
Yeah.
and going through that experience and yes, getting a tailored suit was kind of odd. His hands got dangerously close to certain spaces,
That are now on the outside.
but I just assumed that was
The protective
normal.
covering.
Yes.
And I have proper underwear now. And it feels even better down there.
Oh, I can
Yes.
imagine, yes. Again, I just wear very tight pants, so...
Yes, I don't see how you do that. That's,
It's the same difference, you just don't wear underwear. Everything's all in place.
In place, but nothing left to the imagination.
Well... And he just looks at you with, like, a knowing little grin.
I still will not understand. But to each his own, I guess.
Hey, we bathe together. I've seen everything that he has to offer, and whoever he gets with is very lucky.
I have it both good in the front and the back. As he like rubs his butt and his tail swings back and forth. I am very well endowed, is all I'm saying.
And that is when Tyrall goes, hop, hop, and
Oh, come
Such
back.
a child.
I
Listen, if
am
you
half
don't have it the way
tempted-
everyone else does.
am half tempted to demonstrate how we used to deal with those who go out of place.
I would love to see you try.
Are you sure you want to miss out on the rest of the story?
I can hear perfectly fine from here.
But
Very well. And then Brok just continues telling the tale of
is
how he
beautiful and
had to
sweet.
figure out combs.
the neighbor's like, oh,
Figure out.
I
don't think he
teach you how to
figured
do
them
that.
out.
And how to use utensils, and oh man, we need to have a whole etiquette course, really.
Yes,
I've got so much to teach you.
You gave me some pointers on utensils when we were at the ruined church.
Right, but this is a whole course
But yes,
you need.
my hair, I definitely need major assistance in that regard. And with
can
your
help you.
expertise, and then also, how
you
did I
look very,
do?
you look very good.
Thank you. I know.
You
It's
look
not
very good.
It's not perfect.
It's better than what Tyrall did with the white on white. As he looks up at the angel with the white on white.
It is a representation of the priesthood. It is not meant for fashion. And I hate to tell you this, but eventually your friend Isolde will also be wearing white on white.
Do you assume that we're friends now? I didn't say I hated her. I just said you assume we're friends. We might not be friends.
Well, you're going to have to learn to work with her.
Well, yes, of course, if my brother's going to be in love with her, yes, I'm going to have to work with her very well.
Well, also, she will be the second priestess in the realm, so therefore will be quite high up in the order of the church. So, yes, that is my stand-in.
Fine. I will respect her.
And yeah,
But-
Brok then continues just telling the tale,
So sweet.
recounting how nervous he was, and
Tyrell's like, me too. I felt that.
and how
Don't worry, we're getting better chairs here soon.
yes,
No, it was how I was sitting for the last 10 minutes.
and that she has a newfound respect for you, and
Yep.
yeah, just he just recounts Brok is pretty much an open book to you all, so he goes into all of it.
Yeah, and Aymer's really good about discussing
No
it,
shame.
and discoursing it, and wrap it before you tap it. Like he's the thing is he's a noble, but he's also from the streets, so he has. There are times when he's like, so this is what we do with etiquette, right? And then also wrap it before you tap it.
And as soon as you say that is when Tyrall comes crashing back down to earth, just in between you all,
Or
just
don't tap it at all before
whack.
marriage.
looks at you, Aymer, then looks at Brok.
That was pretty sound advice.
Ah, you have not read far enough. You should have read far enough to know that you do not wrap it before you tap it, because because you do not tap it until after the ceremonies.
Yes. Yes, Isolde actually took me a lot through the book.
If he's going to, it's important that he doesn't have any unwanted things at the moment.
Stop.
Thou shalt not.
We'll see what happens. It might be the Maker's will.
I think he's going to kill you.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time now, would it?
Yikes.
Do you not remember the hillside that I disappeared?
That is burned into my soul.
Because I can make it worse.
Yeah, your threats are very hollow for us, friend.
I've literally killed him.
You won't do it again.
I mean, he got better.
Yes, but you won't do it again.
That's probably
And
true.
yes,
A lot of your threats are in vain now. You can't get rid of either of us because we're a part of the Maker's will.
And I don't know.
How am I even supposed to keep you all in check?
Immunity.
And yeah, like Brok's kind of like fumbling over his words, and he's like, I have feelings towards her, but it's also like the first time that I've had them. So I don't know if I'm in love with her or if it's I don't know. It's all very new, but she's very pretty and she's very smart, and
I'm happy for you, Brok.
yes.
And you don't have to worry about all of that. It's just precaution. We're just
But,
being silly.
Yes, I will be careful if that should come to pass.
Please talk to me first, because I'm sure you know nothing.
I'm sure.
And he also knows nothing. So if you're going to talk to someone,
Oh, it would be
come to
you, yes. I'm not going to talk to Emma and Ezra about it.
no.
There's a whole section in there about that.
But
There's
is it
also a section talking about her lovely mountain peaks and her rolling plains. So,
But I think I read that part. Aren't they married?
I
Well-
think so.
Or was I misunderstanding?
I don't know. The guy had 700 lives.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
And
saying.
300 concubines.
That's the reason why Aymer's like, or was I misunderstanding? Because he's really bad at math. So he's like, well, they counted, and is that one of them, or was I misunderstanding? Either way, don't go to Tyrall. Don't talk to me.
No.
I've not, but kind of, so.
My Holly font finding Nico.
I don't know. Maybe if we get past this RP, I will say something.
I know, we'll forget by next session.
Oh, will we? Or maybe I have a note.
Oh.
Well, you almost lost the one note.
Yeah, I did. Anyway, so we make it out of the town. We're going northwest, right?
Yes.
Yes.
To like a border-ish of Lofesk and Drokar. The north border.
Could you imagine just this conversation for like a week?
Yes, I can.
A whole week of Brok being like, so, like breaking down each individual feeling.
Yeah, and then there's Aymer being like, "That's beautiful. Yes, you should do that," and kiss her. And Tyrall's like, "But wait, you have to make sure it's the Maker's will to kiss her first. Did you pray about it?"
No, by the second day, you two would understand to have very light conversations on the road. And then whenever I go back to trying to bless these stupid artifacts from Tyr each night,
Yeah.
and fully enwrapped in that you all can have the discussions that I would come over and
He's distracted. Go.
So this is what you do, all right? When her clothes are off, like
During the week, it would be very much like the one meme of the girl walks by, the one guy's like starting to fall, and the other guy's like, no.
yeah. But, so we start traveling. It's probably a couple of nights that we've been traveling outside of the capital. It will take us on foot, unless we wanted to take the train, Because we're in a capital city, we could take the train.
The train doesn't go up that way.
It will take us close enough because it will stop at a border. Could stop at a border. We could also jump off. But it will take us closer because it would be going past Windsor at the very least. It's going through Drokar.
Yeah.
So it could get us there faster. We would have to probably either jump off or get off at Dwellin and go back. It just depends on what you want to do.
Just walk.
No, because Dwellin would put us farther away.
Correct. But I'm just saying what you could do if you wanted
And
to.
you want me to walk through Drokar?
Honestly, yeah, kind of. But that's up to you. I want you to do a lot of things that you've not done. So
I'm gonna say we walk.
Okay.
Because to walk back would take longer.
It would. Yeah.
And it would take even longer because tieflings and drow are going to be popping up out of every little hole. The entire
like
time.
groundhogs.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to be like, hold up.
Kaboom,
Hold up.
like groundhogs.
I'm not a priest of Odin anymore.
Yep.
I come in peace. I need to be discipling to you all. And then they'll be like, Ella
Discipling
still
what?
hates you.
Yeah,
And then I'll
discipling
have
what?
to be like,
Dang it. Whack-a-mole.
and whack-a-mole.
Um,
And then that would really hurt.
Yeah.
Whenever I try to actually
be like,
missionary
listen,
people.
I love you guys. Please don't try to keep killing me. I'm trying to save your souls. But,
I do want you to get to the Hollyfont message, as it seems that's where we're trying to get to.
that's where we're trying to get to.
However, there is the first night that we stop, Brok stays up the whole night
Yeah, I
because
would
he's
imagine.
a bit traumatized about
Yeah, I
sleeping.
would
Oh, yeah, I bet he is.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Oh,
And Aymer would stay up with you, and I'm sure that's when you're doing your blessing and all of that. And so it's probably a rough first night, and so I'm sure that's when Aymer talks to you about all that stuff and with his old and everything.
Tyrall muttering, and then getting mad, and then going back to muttering,
Yeah,
and then looking at you all, and then going back to muttering.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as Aymer goes on about the stuff with Isolde, it finally clicks, and as you're like going over something, Brok is like, "Oh, Aymer, I'm so sorry."
And Aymer's like reclined back, and he's just big chilling, like feet are crossed, his tail's just kind of chilling, and he's in the middle of a discourse when you interrupt him, and he's like, and he looks at Tyrall, and you're in your trance or whatever, doing your thing. I'm sorry. What? What are you sorry for?
That I didn't recognize or connect it sooner. I knew, like, I loved that you and Cyrus had gotten close together, and now I just realized that you all got close together.
Yep. A little closer than you and I are, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, I know.
No. Not usually my sway, but he won me over. And of course, you have my journal, which recounts
Yes.
another relationship that I've had in the past, which also didn't end very well. Clearly, I'm just not very good at those things. You know, one cheats on you, one dies. You just, learn to move on.
Died. We're like
I wish I
brutally
could have,
murdered.
I don't know, been more there for you after his passing.
It's alright.
I knew you were taking it hard, but
Still working through that one. It hits me on moments and days when I'm not expecting it. I think he'd be very proud of all three of us. Looks over at Tyrall. Maybe not as many of us, but
Oh, no, Cyrus would not.
no, Cyrus would hate you. But that's okay.
oh no,
That's
they
Irish
would
wisdom.
be butting heads a lot more than how they originally did.
But the constant thing that I have to remember is it was the Maker's will for some reason. In one way or another, It doesn't make sense to me. And it hurts deeply sometimes. Which is the reason why, on top of all of the stress and all the other stuff, I just couldn't handle it anymore, and I needed something. And it shouldn't have been that, but I was struggling. And it seemed like the past, so I didn't want to bring it back up to you and make sure you understood, because Tyrall very well understood. But yeah.
Aymer, you should know by now that it doesn't matter what the topic is. You can always talk to me.
Well, thank you. Isolde's a very pretty woman, though. You're lucky.
She
Delilah's
is.
very pretty, too. He's lucky.
Delilah is very gorgeous. We have been fortunate in that regard, and meeting these lovely ladies. Yeah, oh, I do hope Delilah's okay.
She's fine. If anyone on Indigo North were to suffer, it would not be that woman.
She does have her mother back.
That too, so
Which
she's not alone. Which I don't...
Caused some turmoil at first.
But I'm sure she's fine. That woman is stronger than most. And she would have to be if
yes.
she's going to deal with... And he looks over at Tyrall, who's still praying over his items from a god. So she would have to be if she's going to be with that thing.
Dang.
You heard me.
Wow.
He said what he said.
Patrick was offended.
I went back and listened to our first session when you literally called him a silly little fox thing or something. He remembers. He remembers.
Oh, yes, they will have wonderful children.
And I am perfectly suited being an uncle. Don't think relationships are really my thing. You know, being a soon-to-be Viscount and all.
Yes, I didn't think they would be my thing either, but
Sometimes they find you when you're not ready for them.
yes, we'll just have to see how things play out. But yes, sorry to interrupt you
You're fine.
with that and to bring up those memories, but
I am quite literally, and he gestures to the journal that you still carry, an open book for you, Brok. We can talk about the past, present, the future, whatever.
and thank you for staying up with me. I can't. By tomorrow night, I should be fine, but I can't.
It's all right. There were plenty of nights that I couldn't sleep that you were right there with me, so... a night of no sleep won't hurt. I've done plenty of that before. So... But a couple nights later, as we're traveling, we're like actually walking, and it's into the evening before we stop. You good?
Oh, it's the evening time.
Yeah. We were going along, just having a normal conversation, when the holly font pops up next to you. Oh, you ugly little thing. When you have a message for us. And it doesn't really, like, wow, the word completely slipped my mind as I was saying it. Acknowledge, Aymer, just floats in front of you and gives you the message. And, I mean, I'm sure maybe Aymer could understand a certain few of the words, but he tells you, it's from Nico. And, you get a message back from Nico. Nico did receive it. But the holly font tells you that Nico seemed very worried. He was not. He didn't even respond to your message at all. Whatever you had sent him, he just said, "I can't find Arminius anywhere. It's not like him to not be in one of his forges, and if he isn't, then usually he tells me. Because he's in charge of Nico. And so if no one is in charge of Nico, Nico could get sent back to the tower.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's terrified because he can't find Arminius. Arminius is not answering any kind of messages he sends to him. He's used the teleporter to go to both of the places multiple times. The teleportation circle is now gone. He can't access it anymore. And, both of the places that he looked, he's not been there. And he doesn't know of anywhere else that Arminius would be. And he's just getting very worried. And that is where we're going to end this session.
Nice.
So who wants a new party member?
Oh, for Nico? Yeah, Nico, you know very well, if somebody's not in charge of Nico, somebody better find his charge very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
His leader very quickly, his keeper.
That's when Nico gets the holly font back that says, break the rules once, follow me.
Yeah, because if he doesn't, if somebody comes and checks up on him and Arminius is not there, they're going to be like, so, Space Wizard, where's your keeper? Yeah. And especially if he says, I don't know, dude's gone.
Yeah.
That might get the Circle of Odin involved, as you would know.
Bait?
Oh.
Bait. Yeah, because they're the only ones going to be able to drag a Dunamancy wizard back to a tower.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to use the other Dunamancy
Yeah.
wizards to get a Dunamancy wizard back, because they're all just going to escape together.
Yep. And the Circle of Odin are the ones that,
House them.
yeah, they're the ones that guard the tower that they're in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, oh yeah, I'm going to break free. Rainbow blasts. One person breaks through, they take out the whole tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maximum security prisons provided by.
Yep.
Oh, Arminius, where did you go?
He is nowhere to be found. Not even Nico can keep track of him.
Hollyphants can't find him. Nico can't find him.
Man, I pissed him off good.
You sure did something, that's for sure.
Yep.
You did, or did someone else? He did say the gods weren't all dead.
Mm-hmm. And one of those was Thor.
Yes. Yes.
And if they're all in a war against a usurper of gods, he might just take that moment to kill somebody else he hates. Who knows? You were saying?
How epic would it be to have a Viking with a hammer fight a Viking with a hammer? And they both use electricity.
Yeah?
So Thor versus cooler Thor is what you're saying.
Yes. Now that would be a god fight
Well,
I would gladly have.
I think personally you would have to get through Brok first, because Brok will take on the gods for him, for Arminius.
Well, I wouldn't have to wait very long.
You might. I don't know. Brok can be a for specific people. I'm sure Brok could be a.
I can be scrappy.
See, we had this conversation before, right after the tier thing, and that was,
Oh yeah,
yes,
you all
you
couldn't
would have
stand it
survived for a while. Those two would be dead.
on impact. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and that's just with Tyr, not with literally the son of Odin.
This is Thor.
Yeah.
Thor.
I just got this body. I don't want to lose it.
And then how could Arminius be mad at me if I save him and kill Thor?
I'm sure still pretty, honestly.
But not as much.
Arminius is the best at holding grudges. What do you mean?
You also went super personal. With no
Gentle
Yeah.
interaction. You didn't say, hey, I know you've been struggling. You just said, I know. And he said, no what? And you said, how about you and Tegan? And he said,
Oh,
and you read the story. You knew how in love with her he was.
Could you imagine how mad Thor would be if, like, Tyrall just appears wearing his friend's stuff
That would be crazy, yeah.
Just like, sup?
Let's go, buddy.
What goodies you got?
What goodies can I take from you now? Guess what? I'm the usurper of gods. Let's go.
That's
am
right.
today.
I'm gonna become the Mega Man of gods. You got a wind cannon? That's mine now.
It's really funny.
Just call me Kirby.
Kirby's so cool.
But, yep. Session
Oh, that was a good one.
24.
24.
It's, I know I keep saying this, but really, so that was 24, so we have 25. That means we only have, what?
We have 5 episodes.
6. Because we're no, 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, 5, 'cause we're going to 30.
6, 7, 8, 9.
It would be.
Oh, it would be
6.
Yes,
Oh.
it would be 6.
We have
6.
6
Yep, and then
sessions
30.
left.
6.
6
Six
sessions.
left. So I know I keep saying this, but it really is going to just keep getting. I mean, Arminius is gone. I don't know how else to put that.
You don't have to keep saying it. I know.
We got a lot of crap to do in 6 sessions. You know what? Y'all ever speed run D&D?
To be fair, I know it seems so chaotic when you're playing it, I'm sure, but this is exactly how it's supposed to be going.
I still want to punch a god in the face.
Oh, don't worry. We'll figure something
I
out.
still want to explode the
We
circle
are
of
going
Odin's
to the
mega
Underdark.
church.
Hella we'll be there.
Yep. And the thing is we still have an epilogue, so we can have a short, 45-minute epilogue. So the 30th session might just be a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah.
So what happens after the fact? Brok, happily married.
With
Religious
40
conversion.
kids.
Yeah, with 40 kids. And then it just cuts to Tyrall blowing up a sect of other gods. To Aymer, la la la. Cut to Tyrall blowing up another sect.
La, la, la,
Okay,
la.
one. That's hilarious because yes, that would be exactly what Tyrall is doing. 2, Aymer is not. That poor guy has a whole country to rebuild after these dumb flowers. But yes, Tyrall is definitely still blowing things.
All right, Brok, la la la, blowing stuff up.
Aymer crying.
It would be like
Tyrall
Aymer crying
blowing stuff
over
up.
like tomes and books, signing something.
Yep, executive orders.
She's an explosion in the background. I told him to stop.
Yeah, I told him to stop blowing it up. I have to rebuild that.
What?
Going off into the sunset, blowing up her. Yeah.
Nikolai.
No Aymer skipping along.
Aymer has so much to do.
We just had a whole segment over that.
We did.
Aymer is not going to be able to skip along anywhere anymore.
A very emotional one.
But,
Slap, slap.
yeah. Basically, it's about to get real. And I know it seems very chaotic, like, wow, we haven't solved anything.
No, we have 6 episodes.
Well, even
you can
then-
get a lot done in that.
Sometimes you
And
don't
then-
always resolve everything.
And yes,
The
exactly.
Like-
ending screen. We don't have the ending screen prepped.
Excuse me a moment.
But we do have
Excuse me a moment.
all sorts of things.
Is it
But,
in here? Like you said before, where you just drag it up? No,
It
it's
should.
not. Oh, wait, it might be. Yes.
Haha.
Oh, that's wrong.
Ta-da.
Yay!
Yeah.
Anyway,
Wow, we have to remember to fix so many things.
we're our
Was it not
own
on
tech crew.
Was it not on my note?
I don't see a note.
No, the cheat sheet's
Anyway.
gone.
Anyway,
That's okay.
maybe, and the thing is sometimes you don't always resolve everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that doesn't mean that you'll get everything resolved. Maybe it's something you all have to figure out that you resolved in the next arc or something. That's the reason why we have to remember this isn't a campaign 1, campaign 2, it is arcs.
It is. Oh, yeah.
But still.
But you
I
know
am
what?
fully aware.
If you all want to keep up with all the arcs and keep everything in line, you should really follow us on all platforms. Those platforms being Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
Spotify,
Yes.
Apple Podcasts,
It's a lot.
and Amazon Podcasts. If you would like to interact with us, post things, chat, Discord is your place to be. If you would like really big behind the scenes and character creation sheets and just a whole lot of extra goodies, there is the Patreon. It is a small monetary price, but I promise it's worth it.
Oh, yeah. We're getting some
And
good stuff on there. With
Remember,
more to come.
if you are in the Kentuckiana area, know where Elizabethtown is, May 4th, the E-Town Anime Expo. We will be there live and in person giving away stuff.
Free stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Free stuff.
Do you want prints of the boys?
Free stuff.
We got it. You want some stickers? We have some. You want minis of some of the boys? We'll have them. You just want to shake our hands or spit in our face?
Oh, please don't, but you, I mean, yeah.
We'll be there.
Yeah.
Do what you want.
There will be repercussions for certain things, though, just to let you know.
Yeah, there will be. But other than that, is there anything we have left out?
I don't think so. We will not be back here next week, but we should be following a normal schedule now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, we will be back on the 10th for the main campaign.
Indeed.
We have Beep Boop Bop Monday.
Yep.
Star Wars on Wednesday. Project Arc Episode 2
Yeah.
on Thursday. Taking Saturday off. And then we'll fill you in on Thursday for the stuff coming up that next week.
Yep.
And maybe, if Courtney's bored on that Saturday,
What Saturday?
May 3rd. Oh, no, we're doing another test thing on May 3rd.
Yes, we have an interview. On
Yes,
the
so we will
3rd.
be busy. Not on here, but just busy in general.
Just busy.
Yes.
But at some point, Courtney has said that she has to build a project.
I'm going to build the Marauder!
And she'll probably do it on
Yeah.
stream because...
Because other people like Bad Batch, I think. But I've never built anything like this before, so it will be my first time. I also talk a lot, and I can talk to myself for 3 hours. So even if nobody else shows up, I will still be sitting here for 3 hours talking to myself.
Well
if you would
done.
like to join and see me talk to myself and possibly interject so that I can talk to you, you should do that. Because I
Yeah.
am very funny. I say about myself.
She is very funny.
Or you all can
I
join me if you'd like.
Yeah.
I have so many kids to build.
I figured.
It's not even funny.
So, Jonas's least favorite thing is not character creation, but just crafting in
Crafting.
general. Jonas hates. So,
Why buy a Marauder that I have to put together when I could get one that's already put together?
because I don't think there
Yay!
is one. I think there's only the Lego set, which is
But,
so
yes.
expensive and so far gone. People bought that so fast.
Oh, I bet.
And this, as far as I can tell. I mean, I'm probably sure you can buy like a 3D printed one or whatever.
I was about to say, you could buy that kit, have me put it together, and I just go, here you go.
That's true. I have to have you print off Tech's helmet. Anyway, I do interrupt myself. Yes, that is. I'm telling you, I'm not funny because I'm humorous. I'm funny because I'm dumb. Like, that's the thing that I think I have to differentiate. I'm not funny because I'm actually humorous. Like, I'm actually funny. I'm funny because I'm stupid. So, I correct myself. I interrupt myself. I say dumb things. I'm funny because it's like looking at a circus clown and being like, that guy's funny. So, it's not like looking at a comedian and being like, that guy's funny.
Yeah.
It's a completely different spectrum. So, but yeah.
But with that, we hope you have enjoyed this
Yes.
session.
Thank you all
of-
for joining,
What
for
is it?
tuning in.
Treachery.
A governor's secret.
And we will see you next time. This has been The Wayward Inquisition.
And remember that freedom
Freedom always crits.
Bye.